Thank you for listening to Sunset Showdown, a wild western action-adventure. Click the subscribe button above so you don't miss a single roundup. Chapter 1. There was a lonely place where the trail ran up to the sky. It turned sharply left, on the very point of a lofty promontory overlooking the long sweep of the valley below. Here the trail offered to the passerby a vision at this hour. Rosy-tipped peaks and distant purple mountains could be seen beyond the far reach of the tall grass range. Upon the very lip of the rocky shelf sat a solitary horseman. He was a man tall in the saddle, astride a strangely marked horse. Its head was held high, its ears were pricked forward with attention riveted upon the valley, as though in tune with the thoughts of its rider. Thoughts that said there lay a new country with new dangers, new rewards, and new trails. The rider was a tall man, narrow-hipped and powerful of chest and shoulder. His features blunt and rugged, so that a watcher might have said, "Here is a man who is not handsome but a fighter." Yet he was good-looking in his own hard, confident way. He looked now upon this valley as Cortez might have looked upon the Valley of Mexico. He came alone and penniless, but he did not come as one seeking favors. He did not come hunting a job. He came as a conqueror. For Rip Campbell had made his decision. At 27, he was broke. He sat in the middle of all he owned, a splendid Appaloosa gelding, a fine California saddle, a Winchester rifle, and 2 walnut-stocked Colt pistols. These were his all. Behind him was a life that had taken him from a cradle in a covered wagon to the hurricane deck of many a hard-headed bronco. It was a life that had left him rich in experience, but poor in goods of the world. The experience was the hard-fisted experience of hard winters, dry ranges, and the dusty bitterness of cattle drives. He had fought Comanches and rustlers, hunted buffalo and horse thieves. Now he had decided that it all brought him nothing but grief and more riding. Now he was going to ride for himself, to fight for himself. His keen dark eyes from under the flat black brim of his hat studied the country below with speculative glint. His judgment of terrain would have done credit to a general, and in his own way Rip was a general. His arrival in the Ruby Valley country was in its way an invasion. He was a young man with a purpose. He did not want wealth but a ranch, a well-watered ranch in a good stock country. That his pockets were empty did not worry him, for he had made up his mind, and as men had discovered before this, Rip with his mind made up was a force to be reckoned with. Nor was he riding blind into a strange land. Like a good tactician, he had gathered his information carefully, judged the situation, the terrain, and the enemy before he began his move. This was new country to him, but he knew the landmarks and the personalities. He knew the strength and the weakness of its rulers, knew the economic factors of their existence, knew the stresses and the strains within it. He knew that he rode into a valley at war, that blood had been shed and that armed men rode its trails day and night. Into this land he rode a man alone, determined to have his own from the country, come what may, letting the chips fall where they might. With a movement of his body, he turned the gelding left down the trail into the pines, a trail where at this late hour it would soon be dark, a trail somber, majestic in its stillness under the column trees. As he moved under the trees, he removed his hat and rode slowly. It was a good country, a country where a man could live and grow, and where if he was lucky he might have sons to grow tall and straight beside him. This he wanted. He wanted no longer the far horizons. He wanted his own hearth fire, the creak of his own pump, the heads of his own horses looking over the gate bars for his hand to feed them. He wanted peace, and for it he came to a land at war. A flicker of light caught his eye, and the faint smell of wood smoke. He turned the gelding toward the fire, and when he was near, he swung down. The sun's last rays lay bright through the pines upon this spot. The earth was trampled by hoofs, and in the fire itself the ashes were gray but for one tiny flame that thrust a bright spear upward from the end of a stick. Studying the scene, his eyes held for an instant on one place where the parched grass had been blackened in a perfect ring. His eyes glinted with hard humor. A cinch ring artist dropped her there to discord with his Colt's cool, and she singed the grass. A pretty smooth gent, I'd say. Not slick enough, of course. A smarter man, or a less confident one, would have pulled up that handful of blackened grass and tossed it into the flames. There had been 2 men here, his eyes told him. 2 men and 2 horses. One of the men had been a big man with small feet. The impressions of his feet were deeper, and he had mounted the largest horse. Rip Campbell, curiously, he studied the scene. This was a new country for him, and it behooved a man to know the local customs. He grinned at the thought. If cinch ring branding was one of the local customs, it was a strange one. In most sections of the country, the activity was frowned upon, to say the least. If an artist was caught pursuing his calling, he was likely to find himself at the wrong end of a hair rope with nothing under his feet. The procedure was simple enough. One took a cinch ring from his own saddle gear, and holding it between a couple of sticks, used it when red hot like any other branding iron. A good hand with a cinch ring could easily duplicate any known brand, depending only upon his degree of skill. Rip rolled and lighted a smoke. If he were found on the spot, it would require explaining, and at the moment he had no intention of explaining anything. He swung his leg over the saddle and turned the gelding down trail once more. Not 3 miles away lay the cow town known as Saloon. To his right, and about 6 miles away, was an imposing cluster of buildings shaded beneath a splendid grove of old cottonwoods. Somewhat nearer, and also well shaded, was a smaller ranch. Beyond the rocky ridge that stretched an anxious finger into the lush valley was Walt Pogue's box north spread. The farther ranch belonged to Chuck Reynolds, his RR outfit being easily the biggest in the Ruby Hills country. The nearer ranch belonged to Ray and Bridget Vandy. When thieves fall out, Rip muttered aloud, honest men get their dues. Or that's what they say. Now I'm not laying any claim to being so completely honest, but there's trouble brewing in this valley. When the battle smoke blows away, Rip Campbell is going to be top dog on one of these ranches. They've got it all down there. They have range, money, power. They have gun hands riding for them, but you and me, Rio, we've only got each other. He was a lone wolf on the prowl. Down there they ran in packs, and he would circle the packs alone. When the moment came, he would close in. There's an old law, Rio, that only the strong survive, he said. Those ranches belonged to men who were strong, and some of them still are. They were strong enough to take them from other men, from smaller men, weaker men. That's the story of Reynolds and Pogue. They rustled cows until they grew big, and now they sit on the housetops and crow. Or they did, until they began fighting one another. Your reasoning, the cool, quiet voice was feminine, is logical but dangerous. I might suggest that when you talk to your horse, you should be sure his are the only ears. She sat well in the saddle, poised and alert. There was a quirk of humor at the corners of her mouth, and nothing of coyness or fear in her manner. Every inch of her showed beauty, care, and consideration of appearances that was new to him, but beneath it there was both fire and steel, and quality. That's good advice, he agreed, measuring her with his eyes. Very good advice. Now that you've looked me over, she suggested coolly, would you like to examine my teeth for age? He grinned, unabashed. No, but now that I've looked you over, I'd say you are pretty much of a woman. The kind that's made for a man. She returned his glance, then smiled as if the remark had pleased her. So she changed the subject. Just which ranch do you plan to be top dog on when the fighting is over? I haven't decided, he said frankly. I'm a right choosy sort of man when it comes to horses, ranches, and women. Yes. She glanced at the gelding. I'd say your judgment of horses isn't obvious by that one. Not that he isn't well shaped, and I imagine he could run, but you could do better. I doubt it. He glanced at her fine, clean-limbed thoroughbred. I'd bet a little money he can outrun that beauty of yours, here to Siloam. Her eyes flashed. Why, you idiot? Flame is the fastest horse in this country. He comes of racing stock. I don't doubt it, Campbell agreed. He's a fine horse. But I'll bet my saddle against $100 that this Appaloosa will kick dust in his face before we get to Siloam. She laughed scornfully, and her head came up. You're on, she cried, and her red horse gave a great bound and hit the trail running. That jump gave the bay the start, but Rip knew his gelding. Leaning over, he yelled into the horse's ear as they charged after the bay. "Come on, boy. We've got to beat that bay. We need the money." And Rio, seeming to understand, stretched his legs and ran like a scared rabbit. As they swept into the main road and in full sight of Saloon, the bay was leading by 3 lengths, but despite the miles behind it, the Appaloosa loved to run, and he was running now. The gelding had blood of Arabians in his veins, and he was used to offhand cow-camp-style racing. The road took a small jog, but Rip did not swing the gelding around it, but took the desert and mountain-bred horse across the stones and through the mesquite, hitting the road scarcely a length behind the big red horse. Men were gathering in the street, and on the edge of town now, and shouting about the racing horses. With a half-mile to go, the big red horse was slowing. He was a sprinter, but he had been living too well with too little running. The gelding was just beginning to run. Neck stretched, Rip leaning far forward to cut the wind resistance and lend impetus with his weight, the Mustang thundered alongside the bay horse, and neck they raced up to the town. Then, with the nearest building only a short jump ahead, Rip Campbell spoke to the Appaloosa. "Now, Rio. Now." With a lunge, the spotted horse was passed, and went racing into the street leading by a length. Rip eased back on the reins, and let the horse run on down the street abreast of the big red horse. They slowed to a canter, then a walk. The girl's eyes were wide and angry. "You cheated. You cut across that bend." Rip chuckled. "You could have, ma'am. And you got off to a running start. Left me standing still." "I thought you wanted a race," she protested scornfully. "You cheated me." Rip Campbell drew up sharply, and his eyes went hard. "I reckon, ma'am," he said, "you come from a long line of sportsmen. You can forget the bet." The sarcasm in his voice cut like a whip. She opened her mouth to speak, but he had turned the Appaloosa away and was walking it back toward the center of town. For an instant she started to follow, and then with a toss of her head she let him go. Chapter 2. Several men were standing in front of the livery stable when he rode up. They looked at his horse, then at him. "That's a runner you got there, stranger. I reckon Bridget Vandy didn't relish getting beat. She sets great store by the flame horse." Campbell swung down and led the horse into the stable where he rubbed him down and fed him. As he worked, he thought over what he had just learned. The girl was Bridget Vandy, one of the owners of the Twin V spread, and she had overheard his meditations on his plans. How seriously she would take them would be something else again. Well, it did not matter. He was planning no subterfuge. He had come to Ruby Valley on the prod, and they could find it out now as well as later. The girl had been beautiful. That stuck in his mind after he thought of all the rest. It was the feeling that hung over his thinking with a certain aura that disturbed him. He had known few women who affected him, and those few had been in New Orleans or Kansas City on his rare trips there. Yet, this one touched a chord that had answered to none of the others. Suddenly, he was conscious of a looming figure beside him. For a moment, he continued to work. Then he looked around into a broad, handsome face. The man was smiling. "My name's Pogue," he said, thrusting out a hand. "Walt Pogue. I own the box N. Is that horse for sale?" "No, he's not." "I'd not figured you'd be willing to sell. If you get that idea, come look me up. I'll give you $500 for him." $500? That was a lot of money in a country full of $10 Mustangs, or where a horse was often traded for a quart of whiskey. "No," Campbell repeated, "he's not for sale." "Looking for a job? I could use a hand." Rip Campbell drew erect and looked over the horse's back. He noticed, and the thought somehow irritated him, that Pogue was even bigger than himself. The rancher was all of 3 inches taller and 40 pounds heavier. And he did not look fat. Gun hand? Or cow hand? Walt Pogue's eyes hardened a shade, and then he smiled, a grim, knowing smile. "Why, man," he said softly, "that would depend on you. But if you hire on as a warrior, you've got to be good." "I'm good." As good as any you've got. As good as Ray Streeter or Rep Hansen. Rip Campbell's expression made no change, but within him he felt something tighten up and turn hard and wary. If Pogue had hired Streeter and Hansen, this was going to be ugly. Both men were killers, and not particular how they worked or how they killed. As good as Streeter or Hansen? Campbell shrugged. A couple of cheap killers. Blood hunters. They aren't fighting men. His dark eyes met that searching stare of Walt Pogue again. Who does Reynolds have? Pogue's face seemed to lower, and he stared back at Campbell. He's got Earl Clive. Earl Clive. So? And after all these years? He won't have him long, Campbell said, because I'm going to kill him. Triumph leapt in Pogue's eyes. Swiftly, he moved around the horse. Campbell, he said, that job could get you an even $1,000. I don't take money for killing snakes. You do that job within 3 days, and you'll get $1,000. Pogue said flatly. Rip Campbell pushed by the big man without replying, and walked into the street. 3 men sat on the rail by the stable door. Had they heard what was said inside? He doubted it, and yet. Across the street, and 3 doors down, was the Trail Emporium. For a long moment, his eyes held their look at the one light gleaming in the back of the store. It was after hours and the place was closed, but at the back door there might be a chance. Deliberately, he stepped into the street and crossed toward the light. Behind him, Walt Pogue moved into the doorway and stared after him, his brow furrowed with thought. His eyes went down the lean, powerful figure of the strange rider with a puzzled expression. Who was he? Where had he come from? Why was he here? He wore 2 well-worn, tied-down guns. He had the still, remote face and the careful eyes typical of a man who had lived much with danger, and typical of so many of the gunfighters of the West. He had refused, or avoided the offer of a job, yet he had seemed well aware of conditions in the valley. Had Reynolds sent for him? Or Ray Vandy? He had ridden into town racing with Bridget. Had they met on the trail, or come from the VV? That Pogue must know, and at once. If Ray Vandy was hiring gun hands, it would mean trouble, and that he did not want. One thing at a time. Where was he going now? Resisting an instinct to follow Campbell, Pogue turned and walked up the street toward the Bit and Bridle Saloon. Campbell walked up to the back door of the store building, hesitated an instant, then tapped lightly. Footsteps sounded within, and he heard the sound of a gun being drawn from a scabbard. Who's there? Campbell spoke softly. A rider from the Pecos. The door opened at once, and Rip slid through the opening. The man who faced him was round and white-haired. Yet the eyes that took Campbell in from head to heel were not old eyes. They were shrewd, hard, and knowing. Coffee. Sure. Food, if you got some ready. About to eat myself. The man placed the gun on a sideboard and lifted the coffee pot from the stove. He filled the cup as Rip dropped into a chair. Who sent you here? Campbell glanced up, then tipped back in his chair. Don't get on the prod, old-timer. I'm friendly. When an old friend of yours heard I was headed this way, and might need a smart man to give me a word of advice, he told me to look you up. And he told me what to say. My days on that trail are over. Mine never started. This is a business trip. I'm planning to locate in the valley. Locate? Here. The older man stared at him. He filled his own cup, and dishing up a platter of food and slapping bread on a plate, he sat down. You came to me for advice. All right, you'll get it. Get on your horse, and ride out of here as fast as you can. This is no country for strangers, and there have been too many of them around. Things are due to bust wide open, and there will be a sight of killing before it's over. You're right, of course. Sure. And after it's over, what's left for a gun hand? You can go on the owl hoot, that's all. The very man who hired you and paid you warriors' wages won't want you when the fighting is over. There's revolution coming in this country. If you know the history of revolutions, you'll know that as soon as one is over, the first thing they do is liquidate the revolutionists. You ride out of here. Rip Campbell ate in silence. The older man was right, of course. To ride out would be the intelligent, sensible, and safe course, and he had absolutely no intention of doing it. Stoddard, I didn't come here to hire on as a gun hand. In fact, I have already had an offer. I came into this country because I've sized it up, and I know what it's like. This country can use a good man, a strong man. There's a place for me here, and I mean to take it. Also, I want a good ranch. I aim to settle down, and I plan to get my ranch the same way Pogue Reynolds and the rest of them got theirs. Force. You mean with a gun? Stoddard was incredulous. Listen, young fellow, Pogue has 50 riders on his range, and most of them are ready to fight at the drop of a hat. Reynolds has just as many, and maybe more. And you come in here alone, or are you alone? The storekeeper bent a piercing gaze upon the young man, who smiled. I'm alone. Campbell shrugged. Stoddardy, I've been fighting for existence ever since I was big enough to walk. I've fought to hold other people's cattle, fought for other men's homes, fought for the lives of other men. I've worked and bled and sweated my heart out in rain, dust, and storm. Now I want something for myself. Maybe I came too late. Maybe I'm way off the trail. But it seems to me that when trouble starts, a man might stand on the sidelines, and when the time comes, he might move in. You see, I know how Walt Pogue got his ranch. Vin Carter was a friend of mine, until Earl Clive killed him. He told me how Pogue forced his old man off his range and took over. Well, I happen to know that none of this range is legally held. It's been preempted, which gives them a claim, of course. Well, I've got a few ideas myself. And I'm moving in. Son, Stoddard leaned across the table, listen to me. Pogue's the sort of man who would hire killers by the hundreds if he had to. He did force Carter off his range. He did take it by force, and he has held it by force. Now he and Chalk are in a battle over who is to keep it, and which one is to come out on top. The Vandys are the joker in the deck, of course. What both Reynolds and Pogue want is the Vandy place because whoever holds it has a grip on this country. But both of them are taking the Vandys too lightly. They have something up their sleeve, or somebody has. What do you mean? There's this Stan Levy, for one. He's no soft touch, that one. And then he's got some riders around there, and I'd say they do more work for him than for the Vandy spread, and not all honest work by any means. Levy a Western man? He could be. Probably is. But whoever he is, he knows his way around, and he's one sharp hombre. Holds his cards close to his chest and plays them that way. He's the one you've got to watch in this deal, not Reynolds and Pogue. Rip Campbell leaned back in his chair and smiled at Stoddard. That meal sure tasted good, he acknowledged. Now comes the rough point. I want to borrow some money, military funds, he added, grinning. Stoddardy shook his white head. You sure beat all. You come into this country hunting trouble, all alone and without money. You've got nerve. I only hope you've got the gun savvy and the brains to back it up. The blue eyes squinted from his leather-brown face, and he smiled. He was beginning to like Campbell. The tall young man had humor, and the nerve of the project excited and amused the old outlaw. How much do you want? $100. That all? You won't get far in this country on that. No, along with it, I want some advice. Campbell hitched himself forward and took a bit of paper from his pocket, then a stub of pencil. Then from a leather folder, he took a larger sheet which he unfolded carefully. It was a beautifully tanned piece of calfskin, and on it was drawn a map. Carefully, he moved the dishes aside and placed it on the table facing the older man. Look that over, and if you see any mistakes, correct me. Stoddard stared at the map, then he leaned forward, his eyes indicating his amazed interest. It was a map, drawn to scale and in amazing detail of the Ruby Hills country. Every line camp, every waterhole, every ranch, and every stand of trees was indicated plainly. Distances were marked on straight lines between the various places and heights of land. Lookout points were noted, canyons indicated. Studying the map, Stoddard could find nothing it had missed. Slowly, he leaned back in his chair. When he looked up, his expression was halfway between respect and worry. "Son, where did you get that map?" "Get it? I made it. I drew it myself," stuttered he. "For 3 years, I've talked to every puncher or other man I've met from this country. As they told me stuff, I checked with others and built this map. You know how Western men are. Most of them are pretty good at description. A man down in the live oak country who never left it knows how the sheriff looks in Julesburg and exactly where the corrals are in Dodge." Haney took a deep breath, then continued his story. "Well, I've been studying this situation quite a spell," he said. "An old buffalo hunter, an occasional trapper, was in this country once, and he told me about it when I was a kid. It struck me as a place I'd like to live, so I planned accordingly. I learned all I could about it, rode for outfits oftentimes just because some puncher on the spread had worked over here. Then I ran into Vin Carter. He was born here. He told me all about it, and I got more from him than any of them. While I was riding north with a herd of cattle, Earl Clive moved in, picked a fight with the kid, and killed him. And I think Walt Pogue paid him to do it. So it goes further than the fact that I'm range hungry, and I'll admit I am. I want my own spread. But Vin rode with me, and we fought sandstorms and blizzards together from Texas to Montana and back. So I'm a man on the prod. Before I get through, I'll own me a ranch in this country, a nice ranch with nice buildings, and then I'll get a wife and settle down." Stoddard's eyes glinted. "It's a big order, son. Gosh, if I was 20 years younger, I'd throw in with you." "I sure would." "There's no man I'd want more, Stoddardy, but this is my fight, and I'll make it alone. You can stake me to eating money if you want, and I'll need some 44s. The older man nodded assent. "You can have them, and willing. Have you got a plan?" Campbell nodded. "It's already started. I filed on Thousand Springs." Stoddard came off his chair, his face a mask of incredulity. "You what?" "I filed a claim, and I've staked her out and started to prove up." Rip was smiling over his coffee, enjoying Stoddard's astonishment. "But man, that's sheer suicide. That's right in the middle of Chalk's best range. That waterhole is worth a fortune. A dozen fortunes. That's what half the fighting is about." "I know it." Campbell was calm. "I knew that before I came in here. That Palouse of mine never moved a step until I had my plan of action all staked out. And I bought the bullhorn." This time, astonishment was beyond the storekeeper. "How could you buy it? Government land, ain't it?" "No. That's what they all seem to think. Even Vin Carter thought so, but it was part of a Spanish grant. I found that out by checking through some old records. So I hunted up a man down in the Big Bend country who owned it. I bought it from him, bought 300 acres, taking in the whole bull." Rip Campbell stood watching, pale and rigid, while Levy began to collapse slowly to the ground. Horn headquarters spread, the waterhole and the cliffs in back of it. That includes most of that valley where Pond cuts his meadow hay. Well, I'm forever bushed. If that don't beat all. Stoddard tapped thoughtfully with his pipe bowl. Then he looked up. "What about Hitson Spring?" "That's another thing I want to talk to you about. You own it." "I do, eh? How did you come to think that?" "Met an old sidewinder down in Laredo named Smite Emmons. He was pretty drunk one night in a greaser's shack, and he told me how foolish you were to file claim on that land. Said you could have bought it from the Indians just as cheap." Stoddard chuckled. "I did. I bought it from the Indians, too. Believe me, son, nobody around here knows that. It would be a death sentence." "Then sell it to me. I'll give you my note for 5,000 right now." "Your note, Ish?" Stoddard chuckled. "Son, you'd better get killed. It will be cheaper to bury you than pay up." He tapped his pipe bowl again. "Tell you what I'll do. I'll take your note for 500, and the fun of watching what happens." Solemnly, Rip Campbell wrote out a note and handed it to Stoddard. The old man chuckled as he read it. "I hereby agree to pay on or before the 15th of March, 1877, to Westbrook Stoddard, the sum of $500, and the fun of watching what happens for the 160 acres of land known as Hitson Spring. All right, son. Sign her up. I'll get you the deed. Chapter 3. Then Rip had pocketed the 2 papers, the deed from the government to Stoddard and deeded over to him, and the skin deed from the Comanches. The old man sat up and reached for the coffee pot. You know what you've done. You've now got a claim on the 3 best sources of water in Ruby Valley, the only 3 that are surefire all the year around. And what will they do when they find out? They'll kill you. They won't find out for a while. I'm not talking until the fight's been taken out of them. What about your claim stakes at Thousand Springs? Buried. Iron stakes and driven deep into the ground. There's sod and grass over the top. What about proving up? That too. You know how that spring operates? Actually, it is one great big spring back inside the mountain flowing out through the rocky face of the cliff in hundreds of tiny rivulets. Well, atop the mesa there's a good piece of land that falls into my claim, and back in the woods there's some land I can plow. I've already broken that land, smoothed her out and put in a crop. I've got a trail to the top of that mesa, and a stone house built up there. I'm in business, Stoddardy. Stoddard looked at him and shook his head. Then he pushed back from the table, and getting up went into the store. When he returned, he had several boxes of shells. In the morning come around and stock up, he suggested. You better make you a cache or 2, with an extra gun here and there, and some extra ammunition. Maybe a little grub. Be good insurance, and son, you'll need it. That's good advice. I'll do it, and you keep track of the expense. I'll settle every cent of it when this is over. With money in his pocket, he walked around the store and crossed the street to the Bit and Bridle. The bartender glanced at him, then put a bottle and a glass in front of him. He was a short man, very thick and fat, but after a glance at the corded forearms, Rip was very doubtful about it all being fat. A couple of lazy talking cowhands held down the opposite end of the bar, and there was a poker game in progress at a table. Several other men sat around on chairs. They were the usual nondescript crowd of the cow trails. He poured his drink, and had just taken it between his thumb and fingers when the bat-wing doors thrust open, and he heard the click of heels behind him. He neither turned nor looked around. The amber liquid in the glass held his attention. He had never been a drinking man, taking only occasional shots, and he was not going to drink much tonight. The footsteps halted abreast of him, and a quick clipped voice said in very precise words, "Are you the chap who owns that fast horse, the one with the black forequarters and the white over the loin and hips?" He glanced around, turning his head without moving his body. There was no need to tell him that this was Ray Vandy. He was a tall, clean-limbed young man who was like her in that imperious lift to his chin, unlike her in his quick, decisive manner. "There's spots, egg-shaped black spots over the white," said Campbell. "That the one you mean?" "My sister is outside. She wants to speak to you." "I don't want to speak to her." "You can tell her that." He turned his attention to his drink. What happened then happened so fast it caught him off balance. A hand grasped him by the shoulder and spun him around in a grip of iron, and he was conscious of being surprised at the strength in that slim hand. Ray Vandy was staring at him, his eyes blazing. "I said my sister wanted to speak to you." "And I said I didn't want to speak to her." Rip Campbell's voice was slow-paced and even. "Now take your hand off me, and don't ever lay a hand on me again." Ray Vandy was a man who had never backed down for anyone. From the east, he had come into the cow country of Ruby Valley, and made a place for himself by energy, quick decision, and his own youthful strength. Yet he had never met a man such as he faced now. As he looked into the hazel eyes of the stranger, he felt something turn over away deep inside him. It was as though he had parted the brush and looked into the face of a lion. Vandy dropped his hand. "I'm sorry. I'm afraid your manner made me forgetful. My sister can't come into a place like this." The two men measured each other, and the suddenly alert audience in the Bit and Bridle let their eyes go from Vandy to the stranger. Ray Vandy, They knew well enough to know he was afraid of nothing that walked. They also knew his normal manner was polite, to a degree rarely encountered in the West, where manners were inclined to be brusque, friendly, and lacking in formality. Yet there was something else between these two now. As one man, they seemed to sense the same intangible something that had touched Ray Vandy. The bat-wing doors parted suddenly, and Bridget Vandy stepped into the room. First, Campbell was aware of a shock that such a girl could come into such a place, and secondly, of shame that he had been the cause. Then he felt admiration sweep over him at her courage. Beautiful in a gray tailored riding habit, her head lifted proudly, she walked up to Rip Campbell. Her face was set and her eyes were bright. Rip was suddenly conscious that never in all his life had he looked into eyes so fine, so filled with feeling. "Sir," and her voice could be heard in every corner of the room, "I do not know what your name may be, but I have come to pay you your money. Your horse beat Flame today, and beat him fairly. I regret the way I acted, but it was such a shock to have Flame beaten that I allowed you to get away without being paid. I am very sorry. However," she added quickly, "if you would like to run against Flame again, I'll double the bet." "Thank you, Miss Vandy." He bowed slightly from the hips. "It was only that remark about my horse that made me run him at all. You see, ma'am, as you no doubt know, horses have feelings. I couldn't let you run down my horse to his face that-a-way." Her eyes were on his, and suddenly they crinkled at the corners, and her lips rippled with a little smile. "Now, if you'll allow me." He took her arm and escorted her from the room. Inside they heard a sudden burst of applause, and he smiled as he offered her his hands for her foot. She stepped into them, then swung into her position on the horse. "I'm sorry you had to come in there, but your brother was kind of abrupt." "That's quite all right," she replied quickly, almost too quickly. "Now, our business is completed." He stepped back and watched them ride away into the darkness of early evening. Then he turned back to the saloon. He almost ran into a tall, carefully dressed man who had walked up behind him. A man equally as large as Pogue. Pale blue eyes looked from a handsome, perfectly cut face of city white. He was trim, neat, and precise. Only the guns at his hips looked deadly with their polished butts and worn holsters. "That," said the tall man, gesturing after Bridget Vandy, "is a staked claim." Rip Campbell was getting angry. Men who were bigger than he always irritated him anyway. "It is." His voice was cutting. "If you think you can stake a claim on any woman, you've got a lot of learn." He shoved by toward the door, but behind him the voice said, "But that one's staked. You hear me?" Siloam by night was a tiny scattering of lights along the dark river of the street. Music from the tinny piano in the bit and bridle drifted down the street, and with it the lazy voice of someone singing a cow camp song. Rip Campbell turned up the street toward the two-story frame hotel, his mind unable to free itself from the vision that was Bridget Vandy. For the first time, the wife who was to share that ranch had a face. Until now, there had been in his thoughts the vague shadow of a personality and a character, but there had been no definite features, nothing that could be recognized. Now, after seeing Bridget, he knew there could be but one woman in the ranch house he planned to build. He smiled wryly as he thought of her sharing his life. What would she think of a cowhand? A drifting gun hand? And what would she say when it became known that he was Rip Campbell? Not that the name meant very much, for it did not. Only, in certain quarters where fighting men gather, he had acquired something of a reputation. The stories about him had drifted across the country as such stories will, and while he had little notoriety as a gunfighter, he was known as a hard, capable man who would and could fight. He was keenly aware of his situation in Siloam and the Ruby Hills country. As yet, he was an outsider. They were considering him, and Pogue had already sensed enough of what he was to offer a job, gun or saddle job. When his intentions became known, he would be facing trouble and plenty of it. When they discovered that he had actually moved in and taken possession of the best water in the valley, they would have no choice but to buy him out, run him out, or kill him. Or they could move out themselves, and neither Walt Pogue or Chuck Reynolds was the man for that. In their fight, Rip had no plan to take sides. He was a not too innocent bystander, as far as they were concerned. When Ray and Bridget Vandy were considered, he wasn't too sure. He scowled, realizing suddenly that sentiment had no place in such dealings as his. Until he saw Bridget Vandy, he had been a free agent, and now, for better or worse, he was no longer quite so free. He could not now move with such cold indifference to the tides of war in the Ruby Hills. Now he had an interest, and his strength was lowered to just the degree of that interest. He was fully aware of the fact. It nettled him even as it amused him, for he was always conscious of himself, and viewed his motives with a certain wry, ironic humor, seeing himself always with much more clarity than others saw him. Yet, despite that, something had been accomplished. He had staked his claim at Thousand Springs and started his cabin. He had talked with Stoddard and won an ally there, for he knew the old man was with him, at least to a point. He had met and measured Walt Pogue, and he knew that Earl Clive was now with Reynolds. That would take some investigation, for from all he had learned, he had been sure that Pogue had hired Clive to kill Vin Carter, but now Clive worked for Reynolds. Well, the allegiance of such men was tied to a dollar sign, and their loyalty was no longer than their next payday. And there might have been trouble between Pogue and Clive, and that might be the reason Pogue was so eager to have him killed. He directed his thoughts toward the Vandys. Ray was all man. Whatever Reynolds and Pogue planned for him, he would not take. He would have his own ideas, and he was a fighter. What of the other hands, whom Stoddard implied were loyal to Levy rather than Vandy? These men he must consider too, and must plan carefully for them, for in such an action as he planned, he must be aware of all the conflicting elements in the valley. The big man in the white hat he had placed at once. Carter had mentioned him with uncertainty, for when Carter left the valley, Stan Levy had just arrived and was an unknown quantity. With that instinctive awareness that the widely experienced man has for such things, Rip Campbell knew that he and Stan Levy were slated to be enemies. They were two men who simply could not be friends, for there was a definite clash of personalities and character that made a physical clash inevitable. And Campbell was fully aware that Stan Levy was not the soft touch some might believe. He was a dangerous man, a very dangerous man. Chapter 4. Boss Haney found the hotel was a long building with 30 rooms, a large empty lobby, and off to one side a restaurant open for business. Feeling suddenly hungry, he turned to the desk for a room, his eyes straying toward the restaurant door. When Campbell dropped his war bag, a young man standing in the doorway turned and walked to the desk. "Room?" He smiled as he spoke, and his face was pleasant. "The best you've got." Rip grinned at him. The clerk grinned back. "Sorry, but they are all equally bad, even if reasonably clean. Take 15 at the end of the hall. You'll be closer to the well." "Pump?" The clerk chuckled. "What do you think this is?" "New York. It's a rope and bucket well. It's been almost a year since we hauled a dead man out of it. The water should be good by now." "Sure." Rip studied him for a moment. "Where you from?" "New York." "Yes, and Philadelphia, Boston, Richmond, London, and San Francisco, and now, Siloam. You've been around." Rip rolled a smoke and dropped the sack on the desk for the clerk. "How's the food?" "Good. Very good. And the prettiest waitress west of the Mississippi." Rip smiled. "Well, if she's like the other girls around here, she's probably a staked claim. I had a big hombre with a white hat tell me tonight that one girl was staked out for him." The clerk looked at him quickly, shrewdly. "Stan Levy?" "I guess. If he meant the lady you had the race with today, I'd say he was doing more hoping than otherwise. Bridget Vandy," the clerk spoke carefully, "is not an easy claim to stake." Rip pulled the register around, hesitated an instant, and then wrote his name. "Rip Campbell, El Paso." The clerk glanced at it, then looked up. "Glad to meet you, Rip. My name is Alan Calloway." He looked down at the name again. "Rip Campbell. I've heard that name from somewhere. It's funny," he added musingly, "about a name and a town. Rip Campbell from El Paso. Now you might not be from El Paso at all." You might be from Del Rio or Sanderson or Uvalde. You might even be from Cheyenne or from Fort Sumner or White Oaks. What happened to you in El Paso or wherever you came from? And why did you come here? Men drift without reason sometimes, but usually there is something. Sometimes the law is behind them or an outlaw ahead of them. Sometimes they just want new horizons or a change of scene, and sometimes they are hunting for something. You now. I'd say you had come to Saloon for a reason that could mean trouble. Let's drink some coffee, Campbell suggested, and see if that waitress is as pretty as you say. You won't think so, Calloway said, shaking his head. You won't think so at all. You've just seen Bridget Vandy. After her, all women looked washed out, until you get over her. I don't plan on it. Calloway dropped into a chair. That, my friend, is a large order. Miss Vandy usually handles such situations with neatness and dispatch. She is always pleasant, never familiar. This is different. Rip looked up, and suddenly he knew with a queer excitement just what he was going to say. He said it. I'm going to marry her. Alan Calloway gulped and put his cup down carefully. Have you told her? Does she know your intentions are honorable? Does she even know you have intentions? He grinned. You know, friend, that is a large order you have laid out for yourself. The waitress came up. She was a slender, very pretty girl with red hair, a few freckles, and a sort of bubbling good humor that was contagious. May, Calloway said, I want you to meet Rip Campbell. He is going to marry Bridget Vandy. At this, Rip felt his ears getting red, and cursed himself for a thick-headed fool for ever saying such a thing. It may have been startled from him by the sudden realization that he intended to do just that. What? May said quickly, looking at him. Another one? Campbell glanced up, and suddenly he put his hand over hers and said gently, No, May. The one. Her eyes held his for a moment, and the laughter faded from them. You know, she said seriously, I think you might. She went for their coffee. Calloway looked at Rip with care. Friend Campbell, he said, you have made an impression. I really think the lady believed you. Now, if you can do as well with Miss Vandy, you'll be doing all right. The door opened suddenly from the street, and two men stepped in. Rip glanced up, and his dark eyes held on the two men who stood there. One of the men was a big man with sloping shoulders, and his eyes caught Campbell's and narrowed as if at sudden recognition. The other man was shorter, thicker, but obviously a hard case. With a queer sort of premonition, Rip guessed that these men were from the Vandy ranch, or they could be riders at least, who knew about Rip Campbell, and were more than casually interested. These could be the men who worked for Stan Levy, and as such they merited study, yet their type was not an unfamiliar one to Rip Campbell, nor to any man who rode the borderlands or the wild country. While many a puncher has branded a few mavericks or rustled a few cows when he needed drinking money, or wanted a new saddle, there was a certain intangible yet very real difference that marked those who held to the outlaw trail, and both of these men had it. They were men with guns for hire, men who rode for trouble, and for the ready cash they could get for crooked work. He knew their type. He had faced such men before, and he knew they recognized him. These men were a type who never fought a battle for anyone but themselves. Without warning, the door pushed open and two men came into the room. Rip glanced around and caught the eye of a short, stocky man who walked with a quick, jerky lift of his knees. He walked now, right over to Campbell. You're Rip Campbell, he said abruptly. I've got a job for you. Stant tomorrow morning. 100 a month, and found. Plenty of horses. I'm Chalk Reynolds, and my place is just out of town in that big clump of cottonwoods. Old place. You won't have any trouble finding it. Rip smiled. Sorry, I'm not hunting a job. Reynolds had been turning away. He whipped back quickly. What do you mean? Not looking for a job? At 100 a month? When the range is covered with top hands getting 40. I said I didn't want a job. Ah. The genial light left the older man's face, and his blue eyes hardened and narrowed. So that's it. You've gone to work for Walt Pogue. No, I don't work for Pogue. I don't work for anybody. I'm my own man, Mr. Reynolds. Chalk Reynolds stared at him. Listen, my friend, and listen well. In the Ruby Hills today there are but two factions, those for Reynolds and those against him. If you don't work for me, I shall regard you as an enemy. Campbell shrugged. That's your funeral. From all I hear, you have enemies enough without choosing any more. Also, from all I hear, you deserve them. What? Reynolds' eyes blazed. Don't sass me, stranger. The lean, whip-bodied man beside him touched his arm. Let me handle this, Uncle Chalk, he said gently. Let me talk to this man. Rip shifted his eyes. The younger man had a lantern jaw and unusually long gray eyes. The eyes had a flatness about them that puzzled and warned him. My name is Cinny Barlow. I am foreman for Mr. Reynolds. He stepped closer to where Campbell sat in his chair, one elbow on the table. Maybe you would like to tell me why he deserves his enemies. Haney glanced up at him, his blunt features composed, faintly curious, his eyes steady and aware. Sure, he said quietly, I'd be glad to. Chalk Reynolds came west from Missouri right after the war with Mexico. For a time, he was located in Santa Fe, but as the wagon train started to come west, he went north and began selling guns to the Indians. Reynolds' face went white and his eyes blazed. That's not true. Campbell's glance cut his words short. Don't make me kill you, Rip said sharply. Every word I say is true. You took part in wagon train raids yourself. I expect you collected your portion of white scalps. Then you got out of there with a good deal of loot and met a man in Julesburg who wanted to come out here. He knew nothing of your crooked background, and Barlow's hand was a streak for his gun, but Campbell had expected it. When the Reynolds foreman stepped toward him, he had come beyond Campbell's outstretched feet, and Rip whipped his toe up behind the foreman's knee and jerked hard just as he shoved with his open hand. Barlow hit the floor with a crash, and his gun went off with a roar, the shot plowing into the ceiling. From the room overhead came an angry shout, and the sound of bare feet hitting the floor. Rip moved swiftly. He stepped over and kicked the gun from Barlow's hand, then swept it up. Get up. Reynolds, get over there against the wall, pronto. White-faced, Reynolds backed to the wall, hatred burning deep in his eyes. Slowly, Cinny Barlow got to his feet, his eyes clinging to his gun in Rip Campbell's hand. Lift your hands, both of you. Now push them higher. Hold it. He stared at the two men. Behind him, the room was slowly filling with curious onlookers. Now, Rip Campbell said coolly, I'm going to finish what I started. You asked me why you deserve to have enemies. I started by telling you about the white people you murdered, and by the guns you sold, and now I'll tell you about the man you met in Julesburg. Reynolds' face was ashen. Forget that, he said. You don't need to talk so much. Barlow was hunting trouble. You forget it. I need a good man. To murder like you did your partner? You made a deal with him, and he came down here and worked hard. He planted those trees. He built that house. Then three of you went out and stumbled into a band of Indians, and somehow, although wounded, you were the only one who got back. And naturally, the ranch was all yours. Who were those Indians, Chalk? Or was there only one Indian? Only one, who was the last man of three riding single file. You wanted to know why I wouldn't work for you, and why you should have enemies. I've told you. And now I'll tell you something more. I've come to the Ruby Hills to stay. I'm not leaving. Deliberately, he handed the gun back to Barlow, and as he held it out to him, their eyes met and fastened, and it was Cinny Barlow's eyes that shifted first. He took the gun, reversed it, and started it into his holster, and then his hand stopped and his lips drew tight. Rip Campbell was smiling. Careful, Barlow, he said softly. I wouldn't try it if I were you. Barlow stared, and then with an oath he shoved the gun hard into its holster and turning out the door walked rapidly away. Behind him went Chalk Reynolds, his neck and ears red with the bitterness of the fury that throbbed in his veins. Slowly, in a babble of talk, the room cleared, and then Rip Campbell seated himself again. Hey, he said, you've let my coffee get cold. Fill it up, will you? Chapter 5. Persons who lived in the town of Saloon were not unaccustomed to sensation, but the calling of Chuck Reynolds and his supposedly gun-slick foreman in the cattleman's cafe was a subject that had the old maids of both sexes licking their lips with anticipation and excitement. Little had been known of the background of Chuck Reynolds. He was the oldest settler, the owner of the biggest and oldest ranch, and he was a hard character when pushed. Yet now they saw him in a new light, and the story went from mouth to mouth. Not the last to hear it was Walt Pogue, who chuckled and slapped his heavy thigh. Wouldn't you know it? That old four-flusher. Crooked as a dog's hind leg. The next thing that occurred to anyone occurred to him. How did Rip Campbell know? The thought drew Pogue up to a standstill. Campbell knew too much. Who was Campbell? If he knew that, he might, but no. That didn't necessarily follow. Still, Rip Campbell was going to be a good friend to have and a bad enemy. Not the least of the talk concerned Campbell's confidence, the way he had stood there and dared Barlow to draw. Overnight, Campbell had become the most talked-about man in the Ruby Hills. When gathering HIS information about the Ruby Hills country, Rip Campbell had gleaned some other information that was of great interest. That information was what occupied his mind on the first morning in Saloon. So far, in his meandering around the country, and he had done more of it than anyone believed, he had no opportunity to verify this final fragment of information. But now, he intended to do it. From what he had overheard, the country north and west of the mountains was a badlands that was avoided by all. It was a lava country, broken and jagged, and there was much evidence of prehistoric volcanic action, so much so that riding there was a danger always, and walking was the surest way to ruin a pair of boots. Yet at one time, there had been a man who knew the lava beds and all of that badlands country that occupied some 300 square miles stretching north and west across the state line. That man had been Jim Berg. It had been Jim Berg who told Charlie Hastings, Reynolds' ill-fated partner, about the Ruby Hills country, and it had been Jim Berg who first drove a herd of Spanish cattle into the Ruby Hills. Berg tired of ranching and headed north, leaving his ranch and turning his horses loose. His cattle were already gone. Gone, that is, into the badlands. Berg knew where they were, but cattle were of no use without a market, and there was no market anywhere near. Berg decided he wanted to move, and he wanted quick money, so he left the country, taking only a few of the best horses with him. He had talked to Charlie Hastings, and Hastings talked to Chuck Reynolds, but Jim Berg was already gone. Gone east into the Texas Panhandle, and a lone hand fight with Comanches that ended with 4 warriors dead, and with Jim Berg's scalp hanging from the belt of another. But Jim Berg had talked to other people in Santa Fe, and the others did not forget either. One of these had talked to Rip Campbell, and Rip was a curious man. When he threw his saddle on the Appaloosa, he was planning to satisfy that curiosity. He was going to find out what had become of those cattle. 9 years had passed since Berg left them to shift for themselves. In 9 years, several hundred cattle can do pretty well for themselves. There's water in those badlands if you know where to look. Berg had told the man in Santa Fe, and there's grass, but you've got to find it. Knowing range cattle, Rip was not worried about them finding it, and if he could find it, he would find them, unless someone else had. So he rode out of Saloon, down the main trail, and there were many eyes that followed him out. One pair of these belonged to Bridget Yernan, already out and on her horse, drifting over the range, inspecting her cattle and seeing where they fed. She noted the tall rider on the queerly marked horse, and there was a strange leap in her heart as she watched him heading down the trail. Was he leaving? For always? The thought gave her a pang, even though remembering the oddly intent look in his eyes and the hard set to his jaw, she knew he would be back. Of course, she had heard the story of his meeting with Chuck Reynolds and Cindy Barlow. Barlow had always frightened her, for wherever she turned, his eyes were upon her. They gave her a crawling sensation, not at all like the excitement she drew from the quick, amused eyes of Rip Campbell. The Palouse was a good mountain horse, and ears pricked forward, he stepped out eagerly. The sights and smells were what he knew best, and he quickened his step, sure he was coming home. Rip Campbell knew that with his action of the previous night, he was in the center of things whether he liked it or not, and he liked it. From now on he would move fast, and with boldness, not too definitely, for it would pay to keep them puzzled for a few days longer. Things would break shortly between Pogue and Reynolds, especially now that his needling of Reynolds would scare the old man into aggressive action. Chalk was no fool. He would know how fast talk would spread. It might not be long before embarrassing questions might be asked. The only escape from those questions lay in power. He must put himself beyond questions. Eyes squinted against the glare. Campbell thought about that, trying to calculate just what Reynolds would do. It was up to him to strike, and he would strike, or Campbell knew nothing of men under pressure. The trail he sought showed itself suddenly, just a faint track off to the right through the pinnons, and he took it, letting Rio set his own gait. It was mid-afternoon before Rip reached the edge of the lava beds. The black tumbled masses seemed without trails or any sign of vegetation. He skirted the great black tumbled masses of lava, searching for some evidence of a trail. It was miserably hot, and the sun threw heat back from the blazing rocks until he felt like he was in an oven. When he was on a direct line between the lava beds and Thousand Springs, he rode back up the mountain, halted, and swung down to give his horse a rest. From his saddlebags he took a telescope, a glass he had bought in New Orleans several years before. Sitting down on a boulder while the Palouse cropped casually at the dry grass, he began a systematic, inch-by-inch study of the lava beds. Only the vaguest sort of plan had formed in his mind for his next step. Everything had been worked out carefully to this point, but from now on his action depended much upon the actions of Pogue and Reynolds. Yet he did have the vestige of a plan. If the cattle he sought were still in the lava beds, he intended to brand them one by one and shove bunches of them out into the valley. He was going to use that method to make his bid for the valley range. After a half-hour of careful study, he got up, thrust the glass in his belt, and rode slowly along the hillside, stopping at intervals to continue his examination of the beds. It was almost dusk when he raised up in the stirrups and pointed the glass toward a tall finger of rock that thrust itself high from the beds. At the base of it was a cow, and it was walking slowly toward the northwest. Try as he might, Rip could find no trail into the lava beds, so as dusk was near, he turned the Palouse and started back toward Thousand Springs. He would try again. At least, he knew he was not shooting in the dark. There was at least one cow in that labyrinth of lava, and if there was one, there would certainly be more. The trail he had chosen led him up the mesa at Thousand Springs from a little-known route. He wound around through the clumps of pinyon until the flat top was reached. Then he rode along slowly, drinking in this beauty that he had chosen for the site of his home. The purple haze had thickened over the hills and darkened among the trees, and deep shadows gathered in the forested notches of the hills, while the pines yet made a dark fringe against a sky still red with the last rose of the sinking sun. Below him, the mesa broke sharply off and fell for over 100 feet of sheer rock. 30 feet from the bottom of the cliff, the springs trickled from the fractured rock and covered the rock below with a silver sheen from many small cascades that fell away into the pool below. Beyond the far edge of the pool, fringed with aspens, the valley fell away in a long sweep of tall grass range, rolling into a dark distance against the mystery of the hills. Rip Campbell sat his horse in a place rarely seen by man, for he was doubtful if anyone in many years had mounted the mesa. That he was not the first man here he knew, for there were Indian relics and the remains of stone houses ages old. These seemed to have no connection with any cliff dwellings or pueblos he had seen in the past. The building was more ancient and more massive than Onacoma, the Sky City. The range below him was the upper end of Ruby Valley, and was supposedly under control of Chalk Reynolds. Actually, he rarely visited the place, nor did his men. It was far and away at the end of the range, he claimed, and the water was available for the cattle when they wished to come to it. Yet here on the rim of the mesa, or slightly back from the rim, Campbell had begun to build a ranch house, using the old foundations of the prehistoric builders and many of their stones. The floor itself was intact, and he availed himself of it, sweeping it clean over a wide expanse. He had paced it off and planned his house accordingly, and he had large ideas. Yet for the moment, he was intent only on repairing a part of the house to use as his claim shanty. There was water here. Water that bubbled from the same source as that of the Thousand Springs. He knew that his water was the same water. Several times he had tried dropping sticks or leaves into the water outside his door, only to find them later in the pool below. From where he sat, he could with his glass see several miles of trail and watch all who approached him. The trail up the back way was unknown so far as he could find out. Certainly it indicated no signs of use but that of wild game, although it had evidently been used in bygone years. To the east and south his view was unobstructed. Below him lay all the dark distance of the valley and the range for which he was fighting. To the north, the mesa broke sharply off and fell away into a deep canyon with a dry wash at its bottom. The side of the canyon across from him was almost as sheer as this, and at least a quarter of a mile away. The trail led up from the west, and through a broken country of tumbled rock, long fingers of lava, and clumps of pinyon giving way to aspen and pine. The top of the mesa was at least 200 acres in extent, and absolutely impossible to reach by any known route but the approach he used. Returning through the trees to a secluded hollow, Rip swung down and stripped the saddle and bridle from the palouse, then turning it loose. He rarely hobbled or tied the horse, for Rio would come at a call or whistle, and never failed to respond at once. But a horse in most cases will not wander far from a campfire, feeding away from it, and then slowly feeding back toward it, seeming to like the feeling of comfort as well as a man. He built his fire of dry wood, and built it with plenty of cover, keeping it small. Even at this height, there was no danger of it being seen and causing wonder. The last thing he wanted for now was any of the people from the valley to find him out. After he had eaten, he strolled back to the open ground where the house was taking shape. Part of the ancient rock floor he was keeping for a terrace from which the whole valley could be seen. For a long time he stood there, looking off into the darkness and enjoying the cool night air. Then he turned and walked back into the deep shadows of the house. He was standing there, trying to see it as it would appear when complete, when he heard a low, distant rumble. Suddenly anxious, he listened intently. It seemed to come from within the very rock on which he stood. He waited, listening for the sound to grow. But after a moment, it died away to a vague rumble, and then disappeared altogether. Puzzled, he walked around for several minutes, waiting and listening, but there was no further sound. It was a strange thing, and it disturbed him and left him uneasy as he walked back to his camp. Long after he rolled in his blankets, he lay there puzzling over it. He noted with an odd sense of disquiet that Rio stayed close to him, closer than usual. Of course, there could be another reason for that. There were cougars on the mesa and in the breaks behind it. He had seen their tracks. There were also elk and deer, and twice he had seen bear. The country he had chosen was wildly beautiful, a strange, lost corner of the land, somehow cut off from the valley by the rampart of Thousand Springs Mesa. He awakened suddenly as the sky was growing gray, and found himself sitting bolt upright. And then he heard it again, that low, mounting rumble far down in the rock beneath him, as though the very spirit of the mountain were rolling over in him in his sleep. Only here the sound was not so plain, it was fainter, farther away. Hidden range tea daybreak, Rip rolled out of his blankets, built a fire, and made coffee. While eating, he puzzled over the strange sound he had heard the night before. The only solution that seemed logical was that it came somehow from the springs. It was obvious that forces of some sort were at work deep in the rock of the mesa. Obviously, these forces had made no recent change in the contour of the rock itself, and so must be insufficient for the purpose. Campbell continued with his building, working the morning through. Unlike many cowhands, he had always enjoyed working with his hands. Now he had the pleasure of doing something for himself, with the feeling that he was building to last. By noon, he had another wall of heavy stone constructed, and the house was beginning to take shape. He stopped briefly to eat, and slipped on his shirt before sitting down. As he buttoned it up, he saw a faint movement far down the Saloon trail. Going to his saddlebags, He dug out his glass and took his position in a lookout post among the rocks on the rim. First, making sure the sunlight would not reflect from the glass and give him away, he dropped flat among the rocks and pointed the glass down trail. The rider's face was still indistinct, but there was something vaguely familiar about him. And then, as he drew nearer, Rip saw it, Cinny Barlow. What was the Reynolds foreman doing here? Of course, as this was considered RR range, he might be checking the grass or the stock. He rode swiftly, however, and paid no attention to anything around him. When he reached the pool below, he swung down, seated himself on a rock, and lighted a cigarette. Waiting for someone. The sun felt warm and comfortable on his back after the hard work of the morning, and Rip settled himself comfortably into the warm sand behind the rocks. Thoughtfully, he turned his glass down the trail, but saw no one else. Then he began scanning the country, and after a few minutes, picked up another rider. The man rode a sorrel horse with 3 white stockings, and must have approached through the timber, as he was not in sight until the last minute. He rode swiftly up to the pool and swung down. The 2 men shook hands, and puzzled, Rip shifted his glass to the brand. The sorrel carried a VV on his shoulder. A Vandy rider at what was apparently a secret meeting with the foreman of the RR. The 2 seated themselves, and Campbell waited, studying them and then the trail. And now he saw 2 more horsemen, and these were riding up the trail together. One was a big, slope-shouldered man whom he had seen in Saloon, and he rode a boxen horse. The last man rode a gray Mustang with the 3 diamonds of Stan Levy on his hip. Here was something of real interest. The 4 brands, 2 of them outwardly at war, the others on the verge of it, meeting in secret. Campbell cursed his luck that he could not hear what was said, but so far as he could see, Barlow seemed to be laying down the law. Then he saw something else. At first it was a vague suggestion of disturbance in the grass and brush near the foot of the cliff, and then he saw a slight figure creeping nearer. His heart leapt as he saw Bridget Vandy crawling nearer. Bridget Vandy. Whatever the meeting of the 4 men meant, it was at least plain that they intended no one to see or overhear what they had to say. If the girl was seen or heard, she would be in great danger. Sliding back from his lookout point, he ran in a crouching run toward the house and got his Winchester. By the time he was back, the brief meeting was breaking up. The girl lay still below him, and the men mounted one by one and rode away. The last to go was Cinny Barlow. After several minutes had passed, Bridget got to her feet and walked out in the open. She went to the spring and drank, then stood looking around, obviously in profound thought. Rip debated the possibility of getting his horse, but dismissed it as impossible. It would require a couple of hours at least to ride from here to the spring, although he was within a few hundred feet of it. The girl walked away toward the woods, finally, evidently for her horse. After some minutes, she rode out of the trees on Flame and started down the trail toward the VV Ranch, distant against the far hills. There had been a meeting of the 4 brands, but not of the leaders. Bridget Vandy had probably overheard what was said. He scowled thoughtfully. The girl had moved with care and skill, and her actions showed she was no mean woodsman when it came to playing the Indian. None of the 4 below had been a tenderfoot, yet she had approached them and listened without giving herself away. Bridget Vandy, he decided, would bear some watching herself. Saddling Rio, Rip rode back through the aspens and down the lonely and dangerous trail to the rim of the Badlands. He still had found no way to enter the lava beds, and if he was to take the next step in his program of conquest, he must find the cattle that he was sure still roamed among those remote and lost waterholes in the lava. The afternoon was well along before he found himself skirting the rim of the canyon that opened near the lava beds, and when he reached them it was already late. There would be little time for a search, but despite that he turned north, planning to cut back around the mesa and return to Saloon by way of the springs. A slight movement among the trees ahead caused him to halt, and then he saw several elk drifting slowly down a narrow glade toward the lava. His eyes narrowed suddenly. There was no water, of which he knew closer than the Thousand Springs pool, and these elk were drifting away from it rather than toward it. As they usually watered at sundown or before daybreak, they must be headed for water elsewhere, and that could be in the lava. Dismounting, he ground-hitched his horse and watched the elk as they drifted along until they had almost vanished in the trees. Then he mounted and followed them down. When the trail he was following turned down and joined theirs, he continued along it. In a few minutes he grunted with satisfaction, for the hoof marks led him right up to the lava and into a narrow cleft between two great folds of the black rocks. Riding carefully, for the trail was very narrow, and the lava on both sides black and rough, he kept on following the elk. It was easy to see how such a trail might exist for years and never be found, for at times he was forced to draw one leg up and lift the stirrup out of the way, as it was too narrow otherwise. The trail wound around and around, covering much distance without penetrating very far, and then it dipped down suddenly through a jagged and dangerous-looking cleft. Rip hesitated, studying the loose-hanging crags above with misgiving. They looked too shaky and insecure for comfort. He well knew that if a man was ever trapped or hurt in this lava bed, he might as well give up. There would be no help for him. Yet, with many an upward glance at the great, poorly balanced chunks of rock, many of them weighing many tons, he rode down into the cleft on the trail of the elk. For over a half-mile, the cleft led him steadily downward, much of the going very steep, and he realized that he was soon going to be well below the level of the surrounding country. He rode on, however, despite the growing darkness, already great in the dark bottom of the cleft. Then the trail opened out, and he stopped with a gasp of amazement. Before him lay a great circular valley, an enormous valley surrounded by gigantic black cliffs that in many places shelved out over the edge, but the bottom was almost level and was covered with rich green grass. There were a few scattered clumps of trees, and from somewhere he heard the sound of water. Drifting on, he looked up and around him, overcome with astonishment. The depth of the valley, at least 1,000 feet lower than the surrounding country, and the unending sameness of the view of the beds from above safely concealed its existence. It was without doubt an ancient volcanic crater, long extinct, and probably the source of the miles of lava beds which had been spewed forth in some bygone age. The green fields below were dotted with cattle, most of them seemingly in excellent shape. Here and there among them he noticed small groups of horses. Without doubt these were the cattle and horses, or their descendants, left by Jim Berg. Despite the lateness of the hour, he pushed on, marveling at the mighty walls around him, at the green grass and the white-trunked aspens. Twice he found springs of water. In both cases they bubbled from the ground. Later, he found one spring that ran from a deft in the rock and trickled down over the worn face of the cliff for some 30 feet to sink into the ground below. None of the cattle seemed in the least frightened of him, although they moved back as he approached, and several lifted their noses at him curiously. When he had ridden for well over 2 miles, he drew up in a small glade near a spring, and stripping the saddle from his horse, he made camp. This would end his rations, and tomorrow he must start back. Obviously, this would be a good place to start such a cache of supplies as Stoddard had advised. Night brought a strange coolness to the valley. He built a fire and fixed his coffee, talking to Rio meanwhile. After a moment, he became conscious of movement. He looked up and saw that a dozen or more cows and a bull had moved up. They were staring at the fire and at him with their amazed bovine eyes. Apparently, they had never seen a man before. From all appearances, the crater was a large one, being several miles across and carpeted with this rich grass. The cattle were all in good shape. Twice during the night he heard the cry of a cougar, and once the howl of a wolf. With daylight, he was in saddle once more, but by day the crater proved to be smaller than he had at first believed, and there was probably some 2,000 acres in the bottom. But it was all the same level ground, with rich grass and a good bit of timber, all things considered. Twice, when skirting the edges of the crater, he found ice caves. These he knew were caused by the mass cooling so unevenly that when the surface had become cold and hard, the material below was still molten. As the fluid drained away, caves were formed under the solid crust. Because lava is a poor heat conductor, the cold air of the caves was protected. Ice formed there, and no matter how warm it might be on the surface, there was always snow in the caves. At places pools of clear cold water had formed. He could see that some of these had been used as watering places by the deer, elk, and wild horses. When at last he started back toward the cleft through which he had gained entrance to the crater, he was sure there was several hundred, perhaps as many as 600 head of wild cattle in the bottom of the crater. He rode out, but not with any feeling of comfort. Someday, he would scale those cliffs and have a look at the craggy boulders on the rim. If they ever fell into the cleft, whoever or whatever was in the bottom would never come out. It was dusk of another evening before the Palouse cantered down the one street of Saloon and drew up at the livery stable. A Mexican came to the door, glanced at him, and then accepted his horse. He looked doubtfully at the strange brand. "You ride for Senor Pogue or Senor Reynolds?" he asked hesitantly. "For myself," Rip said. "What's the matter?" "The town seems quiet." "Si, senor. There has been a killing." Royley Burt of the RR was in a shooting with 2 hands from the box N. One of them was killed, the other wounded, and Senor Burt has disappeared. "Left the country?" "Who knows? He was wounded, they say, and I am sorry for that. He was a good man, Senor Burt." The Mexican lighted a smoke, glancing at Campbell. Perhaps he was no longer wanted on the RR either. "Why do you say that?" Rip asked quickly. "Have you any reason for it?" "See. He has told me himself that he has trouble with Senor Barlow." Barlow had trouble with Burt, yet Burt was attacked by 2 box N hands. That didn't seem to tie in, or did it? Could there be any connection between this shooting and the meeting at the Springs? In any event, this would probably serve to start hostilities again. Chapter 6. Leaving his horse to be cared for, Rip returned to his room in the Cattleman's Hotel. Calloway was not in the lobby when he crossed it, and he found no one on the stairs. He knew how precarious was his own position, for while the house he was building was reasonably safe from discovery, there was no reason to believe that someone would not soon discover the ground had been plowed back under the trees. It wasn't much, but enough to indicate he was working on the place. Uneasily, he surveyed the situation. So far, everything was proceeding according to plan, and almost too well. He had his water rights under control. He had found the cattle. He had in the crater and on the mesa 2 bases of action that were reasonably safe from attack, yet the situation was due to blow up at almost any moment. Barlow seemed to be playing a deep game. It might be with the connivance of his uncle, but he might be on his own. Perhaps someone else had the same idea he had, that from the fighting of Pogue and Reynolds would come a new system of things in the Ruby Hills country. Perhaps Barlow or some other unnamed person or group planned to be top dog. Barlow's part in it puzzled Campbell, but at least he knew by sight the men he had met today, and would be able to keep a closer watch on them. Also, there was still the strange 3 men, of whom he had seen but 2 who lived on the VV. Somehow, they did not seem to fit with what he had seen of the Vandys. The next order of business, he told himself, is a visit to the VV. A dozen people were eating in the saloon when he entered. He stopped at one side of the door and surveyed the groups with care. It would not do to walk into Barlow or Reynolds unawares, for Barlow would not, and Reynolds dared not ignore him. He had stepped on the scene in Saloon in no uncertain terms. Suddenly, at a small table alone, he saw Bridget Vandy. On an impulse, he walked over to her, his spurs jingling. She glanced up at him, momentarily surprised. "Oh, it's you again? I thought you had left town." "You knew better than that." He indicated the chair opposite her. "May I sit down?" "Surely." She looked at him thoughtfully. "You know, Rip Campbell, you're not an entirely unhandsome sort of man, but I've a feeling you're still pretty savage." "I live in a country that is savage," he said simply. "It is a country that is untamed. The last court of appeal is a 6-shooter. From all I hear, you gave Cindy Barlow some uncomfortable moments without one. You're quite an unusual man. Sometimes your language sounds like any cowboy, and sometimes it doesn't, and sometimes your ideas are different. You find men of all kinds in the West. The town drunk in Julesburg when I was there could quote Shakespeare and had 2 degrees. I punched cows on the range in Texas with the brother of an English lord. Are you suggesting that you are a duke in disguise? Me? He grinned. No, I'm pretty much what I seem. I'm a cowhand, a drifter. Only I've a few ideas, and I've read a few books. I spent a winter once, snowed up in the mountains in Montana, with 2 other cowhands. All we had for entertainment was a couple of decks of cards, some checkers, and a half-dozen books. Some Englishmen left them there, and I expect before spring we all knew those books by heart, and we'd argued every point in them. What were they? She asked curiously. Plutarch's Lives, the plays and sonnets of Shakespeare, some history, a lot of stuff. And good reading. We had a lot of fun with those books. When we'd played cards and checkers until we were black in the face, we'd ask each other questions on the books, for by the time we'd been there half the winter, we'd read them several times over. He ate in silence for a few minutes, and then she asked, Do you know anything about the shooting? Heard about Ft. What sort of man is Roy Lee Burt? One of the best. You'd like him, I think. Hard as nails and no youngster. He's more than 40, I'd say. But he says what he thinks, and he thinks a good deal. Rip hesitated a few minutes, and then said, By the way, I saw one of your hands in town yesterday. A tall, slope-shouldered fellow in a checkered shirt. You know the one, I mean. She looked up at him, her eyes cool and direct. He had an uncomfortable feeling that she knew more than she was allowing him to think. Of course, this was the man she had watched from hiding as he met Barlow. Probably she had overheard their talk. Oh, you mean Kirby Davis? Yes, he's one of our hands. Why do you ask? Wondering about him. I'm trying to get folks placed around here. There are a lot of them, trying to get you placed too. He laughed. Sure. I expected that. Are you one of them? Yes, I think I am. You remember I overheard your talk on the trail, and I'm still wondering where you plan to be top dog. He flushed. You shouldn't have heard that. However, I backed down on none of it. I know how Chuck Reynolds got his ranch. I know how Walt Pogue got his, and neither of them have any moral or other claim to them aside from possession, if that is a right. You probably heard what I told Chuck in here the other night. I could tell him more. I haven't started on Pogue yet, and I'd as soon you didn't tell anyone I plan to. However, in good time I shall. You see, he ran old man Carter off his place, and he had Earl Clive kill Vin Carter. That's one of the things that drew me here. Revenge. Call it that if you like. I have a different name. He leaned toward her, suddenly eager for her to understand. You see, and judge the West by any ordered land you know. It is a wild, hard land, and the men that came west and survived were tough, stern men. They fought Indians, and white men who were worse than Indians. They fought winter, flood, storm, drought, and starvation. We have a sheriff here in town, who was practically appointed by Chuck Reynolds. We have a jail that stands on his land. The nearest court is 200 miles away, over poor roads and through Indian country. North of us, there is one of the wildest and most remote lands in North America, where a criminal could escape and hide for years. The only law we have here is the law of strength. The only justice we have must live in the hearts and minds of men. The land is hard, and so the men are hard. We make mistakes, of course, but when there is a case of murder, we try to handle the murderer so he will not kill again. Someday we will have law, we will have order. Then we can let the courts decide, but now we have none of those things. If we find a mad dog, we kill him, for there is no dog catcher or law to do it. If we find a man who kills unfairly, we punish him. If 2 men fight and all is equal, regardless of which cause is right, we let the killing stand. But if a man is shot in the back without a gun or a fair chance, then the people, or sometimes one man, must act. I agree that it is not right. I agree that it should be different, but this is yet a raw, hard land, and we must have our killers not punished, but prevented from killing again. Vin Carter was my friend. Of that I can say nothing, only that because he was my friend, I must act for him. He was not a gunfighter. He was a brave young man, a fair shot, and on the night he was killed, he was so drunk he could scarcely see. He did not even know what was happening. It was murder. So I have come here. It so happens that I am like some of these men. Perhaps I am ruthless. Perhaps in the long run I shall lose, and perhaps I shall gain. No man is perfect. No man is altogether right or altogether wrong. Pogue and Reynolds got their ranches and power through violence. They are now in a dog-eat-dog feud of their own. When that war is over, I expect to have a good ranch. If it leaves them both alive and in power, I shall have my ranch anyway. She looked at him thoughtfully. Where Rip? His pulse leapt at the use of his first name, and he smiled suddenly. Does it matter now? Let's wait, and then I'll tell you. The smile left his face. By the way, as you left me the other evening, a man told me you were a staked claim and to stay away. What did you do? She looked at him gravely, curiously. I told him he was a fool to believe any woman was a staked claim unless she wanted it so. And he said, nevertheless, you were staked. If it is of interest, you might as well know that I don't believe him. Also, I wouldn't pay any attention if I did. She smiled. I would be surprised if you did. Nevertheless, her chin lifted a little. What he said is true. Rip Campbell's heart seemed to stop. For a full minute he stared at her, amazed and wordless. Then he stared. You mean what? I mean that I am engaged to marry Stan Levy. I have been engaged to him for 3 months. She arose swiftly. I must be going now. Her hand dropped suddenly to his with a gentle pressure, and then she was gone. He stared after her. His thoughts refused to order themselves, for of all the things she might have said, or that he might have expected, this was the last. Bridget Vandy was engaged to Stan Levy. Some hot coffee? It was May, smiling down at him. Sure. She cleaned up the table, then left him alone. Sure, he said again, speaking softly into empty air. That's the way it would be. I meet a girl worth having, and she belongs to somebody else. Mind if I sit down? He looked up to see Alan Calloway, the hotel clerk, standing by the table. Go ahead, he suggested, and have some coffee. May delivered the coffee, and for a few minutes there was silence. Rip, you'd do a lot for a friend, wouldn't you? Surprised, he glanced up and something in Calloway's eyes told him what was coming. Why, sure. But even as he said it, he was thinking it over. Thinking over what he knew Calloway had on his mind. Of course, Nace knew Nave guess EUN right away. There was no other place. This was a Walt Pogue, Chuck Reynolds town. Do you regard me as a friend? Of course, I haven't known you long, but you seem like a regular fellow. You haven't any local ties that I can see. That's right. I just cut the last one. Or had it cut. What do you want me to do? Get him out of town. Calloway jerked sharply. You mean, you know? I guessed. Where else would he go? Is Bert hurt bad? He can ride. He's a good man, Rip. One of the best. I had no idea what to do about him, because I know they will think of the hotel soon. You've got him here. Campbell was incredulous. We'd best get him out tonight. That Box North crowd will be in hunting him, and I've a hunch the RR outfit won't back him the least bit. He's in the potato cellar. In a box, under the potatoes. Whatever made you ask me? Rip demanded. Calloway shrugged. Well, like I said, you hadn't any ties here, and seemed on the prod, as they say in Siloam. Then May suggested it. May did, and Bridget. She knows. I thought of her first. The VV is out of this fight so far, and it seemed the only place, but she told me she would like to, but there were reasons why it was the very worst place for him. Then she suggested you. She did. Aha. She said if you liked Bert, she knew you would do it, and you might do it just as a slap at Reynolds and Pogue. She didn't seem to believe Reynolds would help either. Campbell digested that thoughtfully. Apparently, Bridget had a pretty good idea of just what undercurrents were moving the pawns about in the Siloam chess game. Of course, she would have heard at least part of Berg's talk with Kirby Davis and the others. "We see AUDIOBOOK wait," Campbell said. "It will have to be done now. The Box North hands should be getting to town within the hour. Have you got a spare horse?" "Not that we can get without everybody knowing, but May has one at her place," Calloway answered. "She lives on the edge of town. The problem is to get him there." "I'll get him there," Campbell promised. "But I'd best get mounted myself. I know where to take him to. However, you'd best throw us together a sack of grub from the restaurant supplies so there won't be too many questions asked. After I come back again, I can arrange to get some stuff." Rip Campbell got to his feet. "Get him ready to move. I'll get my horse down to May's and come back." He listened while Calloway gave him directions about finding her house, and then hurried to the door. It was too late. A dozen hard-riding horsemen came charging up the street, and they swung down at the hotel. One man stepped up on the boardwalk and strode into the hotel. Campbell knew him by his size. It was Walt Pogue himself, and the man at his right was the man who had been with Barlow at the Springs. "Calloway, I want to search your place. That killer Roy Lee Burt is somewhere in town, and by the Lord Harry, we'll have him hanging from a cottonwood limb before midnight." "What makes you think he'd be here?" Calloway demanded. He was pale and taut, but completely self-possessed. He might have been addressing a class in history, or reading a paper before a literary group. "I know Burt, but I haven't seen him." Chapter 7. Unobtrusive, Rip Campbell was lounging against the door to the kitchen, his mind working swiftly. They would find him, and there was no earthly way to prevent it. The only chance would be to avert the hanging, to delay it. He knew suddenly that he was not going to see Roy Lee Burt hang. He didn't know the man, but Burt had won his sympathy by winning a fair fight against two men. "What are you so all-fired wrought up about, Pogue?" he drawled. Walt Pogue turned square around to face him. "It's you. What part have you got in this?" Rip shrugged. "None at all. Just wondering. Everywhere I've been, if a man is attacked and kills two men against his one, he's figured to be quite a mond, not a lynching job. He killed a Box End man." "Sure." Rip smiled. "Box End men can die as well as any others. It was a fair shake from all I hear. All three had guns, all three did some shooting. I haven't heard any Reynolds men kicking, because it was 2 against 1. Kind of curious, that. I'm wondering why all the RR men are suddenly out of town." "You wonder too much. It was the man from the Springs. This is none of your deal. Keep out of it." Rip Campbell still leaned against the door, but his eyes turned to the man from the Springs. Slowly, carefully, contemptuously, he looked the rider over from head to heel, then back again. Then he said softly, "Pogue, you've got a taste for knickknacks. If you want to take this boy home with you, keep him out of trouble." The rider took a quick step forward. "You're not running any bluff on me, Campbell." "Forget it, Doyle. You get to hunting for Burt. I'll talk to Campbell." Pogue's voice was curt. Doyle hesitated, his right hand hovering over his gun, but Rip did not move, lounging carelessly against the doorpost, a queer half-smile on his face. With an abrupt movement then, Doyle turned away, speaking quickly over his shoulder. "We'll talk about it later, Campbell." "Sure," Rip Campbell said, and then as a parting he called softly, "Want to bring Davis with you?" Doyle caught himself in mid-stride, and Doyle's shoulders hunched as if against a blow. He stopped and stared back, shock, confusion, and puzzlement struggling for expression. Campbell looked back at Pogue. "You carry some characters," he said. "That Doyle now. He's touchy, ain't he?" "What did you mean about Davis?" "He's not one of my riders." "Is that right? I thought maybe he was, although I'll admit I didn't know." Walt Pogue stared at him, annoyed and angry, yet puzzled too. The big man walked back to the table and poured a cup of coffee from the big pot on the stove. He put sugar in it, and then cream. He glanced once over his shoulder at Rip. Campbell felt a slight touch on his shoulder, and glanced around and found May at his shoulder. "He's gone," she whispered. "He's not there." There was dust on her dress, and he slapped at it, and she hurriedly brushed it away. "Where was he shot?" he asked under his breath. "In the leg. He couldn't go far, I know." Pogue turned around. "What are you two talking about?" he demanded. "Why the whispering?" "Is it any of your business?" Campbell said sharply. Walt Pogue stiffened and put his cup down hard. "You'll go too far, Campbell. Don't try getting rough with me. I won't take it." "I'm not asking you to," Rip replied roughly. He straightened away from the doorpost. "I don't care how you take it. You're not running me or any part of me, and you might as well learn that right now. If I choose to whisper to a girl, I'm doing it on my own time, so keep out of it." Pogue stared at him, and then at the girl, and there was meanness in his eyes. He shrugged. "It's a small matter. With all this trouble, I'm getting jumpy." Doyle came back into the room, accompanied by 2 other men. "No sign of him, boss. We've been all over the hotel. Simmons and Klatt went through the vegetable cellar too, but there ain't a sign of him. There was an empty box under those spuds though, big enough to hide a man." Alan Calloway had come back into the room. "What about that, Calloway?" "Probably something to keep the spuds off the damp ground much as possible," Campbell suggested carelessly. "Seems simple enough." Pogue's jaw set and he turned swiftly. "You, Campbell. Keep out of this. I was asking Calloway, not you." This time Doyle had nothing to say, once Rip glanced at him, and the man looked hastily away. "He's scared," Rip told himself mentally. "He's mixed in some deal, and don't want his boss to know it. He's afraid I'll say too much." Pogue turned and strode from the restaurant, going out through the hotel lobby, his men trooping after him. When the last man was gone, May turned to Calloway. "Alan, where can he be?" "He was there, you know he was there." Calloway nodded. "I know." He twisted his hands together. He must have heard them and got out somehow. But where could he go? Rip Campbell was already far ahead of them. He was thinking rapidly. The searchers would probably stop for a drink, but they would not stop long. Doyle was apparently in on the plot to have Bert killed, for he had been at the Springs, and this had happened too swiftly. Too little noise had come from the RR for it to be anything but a plot among them. Or so it seemed to Campbell. For some reason, Roy Bert had become dangerous to them, and he was intended to die in the gunfight the previous night, but had survived and killed one of their men and wounded another. Now he must be killed, and soon. Yet Campbell was thinking further than that. His mind was going outside into the darkness, thinking of where he would go if he were a wounded man with little ammunition and no time to get away. He would have to hobble or to drag himself. He would be quickly noticed by anyone and quickly investigated. He would not dare go far without shelter, for there was some light outside even though it was night. Yet Campbell was recalling the stone wall. It started not far from the hotel stables and went around an orchard planted long ago. Some of the stones had fallen, but much of it was intact. A man might make a fair defense from behind that wall, and he could drag himself all of 100 yards behind it. Rip walked swiftly out of the hotel through the back door. There in the darkness, he stood stock still at the side of the door, letting his eyes become accustomed to the night. After a minute or two, he could pick out the stable, the orchard, and the white of the stones in the wall. Walking to the stable, he took the path along its side, then put a hand on the stone wall and dropped over it with a quick vault. Then he stood still once more. If he approached Bert too suddenly, the wounded man might mistake him for an enemy and shoot. Nor did he know Bert or Bert him. Moving silently, Campbell worked his way along the stone wall. It was no more than 3 feet high, and along much of it there was a hedge of weeds and brambles. He ripped a scratch on his hand, then swore. Softly he moved ahead, and he was almost to the corner when a voice spoke, very low. "All right, mister, you've made a good guess but a bad one. Let one peep out of you, and you can die." "Bert?" "Nah," the cowhand was disgusted. "This is King Solomon, and I'm hunting the Queen of Sheba." Who did you think it would be? Listen and get this straight the first time. I'm your friend, and a friend of May and Calloway from the hotel. I've been hunting you to help you out of here. There's a horse at May's shack, and we've got to get you there just as fast as we can make it. You hear? How do I know who you are? I'd have yelled, wouldn't I? If I found you? Once maybe. No more than once though. This colt still carries a kick. Who are you? I can't see your face. I'm Rip Campbell. Just blew in. The hombre that back-Siberia'd you up. Sure thing, I know you. Heard all about it. It was a good job. Can you walk? I can take a stab at it, if you give me a shoulder. Let's go then. With an arm around Bert's waist, Campbell got him over the fence and then down the dark alleyway between it and the stone house next to it. They came out in an open space, and beyond it there was the trail, and then the woods. Once in the shelter of the trees, they would have ample concealment all the way to May's house. Yet once they were started across that open space, any door opened along the backs of the buildings, or part of the buildings facing them from across the street, would reveal them, and they would be caught in the open. There would be nothing for it then but to shoot it out. All right, Bert. Here we go. If any door opens, freeze where you are. Where you talkin' me? Supporting himself with a hand on Campbell's shoulder, and Campbell's arm around his waist, he made a fair shift at hobbling along. May's shack. If anything delays me, get there. Take her horse and light out. You know that old trail to the Badlands? Sure, but it ain't no good unless you circle around to Thousand Springs. No water. And that's one mighty rough ride. Don't worry. I'll handle that. You get over there, and find a spot to watch the trail until you see me. But with luck, we'll make it together. Bert's grip on Campbell's shoulder tightened. Watch it. Somebody opening that door. They stopped, standing stock still. Rip felt Bert's off arm moving carefully, and then he saw the cowhand had drawn a gun. He was holding it across his stomach, covering the man who stood in the light of the open door. It was the bartender. Somebody loomed over the bartender's shoulder. Hey, who's that out there? Go on back to your drinks, the bartender said. I'll go see. He came down the steps and stalked out toward them, and Campbell slid his hand down for his left gun. The fat man walked steadily toward them until he was close by. He glanced from one face to the other. Pat, Bert said softly, you'd make a soft bunk for this lead. Don't fret yourself, he said. If I hadn't come, one of those drunken boxen riders would have, and then what? You shoot me, and you have them all out here. Go on, beat it. I'm not hunting trouble with any side. He looked up at Campbell. Nor with you, Rip. You don't remember me, but I remember you right well from your fuss with Kingfisher. Get going now. He turned and strode back to the door. What is it? A drunken voice called. If it's that roily Bert, I'll fix him. It ain't. Just a Mex kid with a horse. Some stray he picked up, an old crowbait. Forget it. The door closed. Rip heaved a sigh. Without further talk, they moved on, hobbling across the open, then into the trees. There they rested. They heard a door slam open. Men came out into the street and started up the path away from them. They had been drinking and were angry. The town of Siloam would be an unpleasant place on this night. When Campbell had the mare saddled, he helped Royley up. Stand down the trail, he said. If you hear anybody coming, get out of sight. When I come, I'll be riding that Palouse of mine. You've seen it. Sure. I'll know it. I keep going until you catch up, right? Right. Keep out of sight of anybody else, and I mean anybody. That goes for your RR hands as well. Hear me? Yeah, and I guess you're right at that. They sure haven't been much help. But I'll not forget what you've done, a stranger too. You ride. Forget about me. I've got to get back into Siloam and get my horse out without exciting comment. Once I get you where I'm talking you, nobody will find you. He watched the mare start up the road at a fast walk, and then he turned back toward the town. He heard shouts and yells, and then a drunken cowhand blasted 3 shots into the air. Rip Campbell hitched his guns into place and started down the road for Saloon. He was walking fast. Chapter 8. The disappearance of Royley Burt was a 9-day wonder in the town of Saloon and the Ruby Hills. Rip Campbell, riding in and out of town, heard the question discussed and argued from every standpoint. Burt had not been seen in Rico, nor in Pie Town. Nor had any evidence of him been found on the trails. No horses were accounted missing, and the search of the box and cowhands had been fruitless if intensive. Neither Alan Calloway nor May asked any questions of Rip, although several times he recognized their curiosity. The shooting and the frenzied search that followed had left the town abnormally quiet. Yet the rumor was going around that with the end of the coming roundup, the whole trouble would break open once more and be settled once and for all. For the time being, with the roundup in the offing, both ranches seemed disposed to ignore the feud and settle first things first. Second only to the disappearance of Royley Burt was Rip Campbell himself as a topic of conversation. He spent money occasionally, and he came and went around Saloon, but no one seemed to have any idea what he was doing or what his plans were. Curiosity was growing, and the 3 most curious men were Walt Pogue, Chuck Reynolds, and Stan Levy. There was another man even more curious, and that one was Earl Clive. It was after the disappearance of Burt that Clive first heard of Campbell's presence in the Ruby Hills. The RR hands ate at one long table presided over by Chuck himself, and Cy Barlow sat always at his right hand. "Heard Walt Pogue and his man Doyle had some words with that Campbell," Reynolds said to Barlow. "Looks like he's getting this country buffaloed." Barlow went white to the lips and started to make an angry reply when he was cut off by the sudden movement down the table. Emmett Clive had lunged to his feet. The stocky, hard-faced gunman leaned across the table. "Did you say Campbell?" he rasped. "Would that be Rip Campbell?" "That's right." Reynolds looked up sharply. "Know him?" Clive sat back in his chair with a thud. "I should smile, I know him. He's hunting me." "You?" Reynolds stared. "Why?" Clive shrugged. "Me and a friend of his had a run-in." "You knew him?" "Vin Carter." "Ah. Carter was a friend of Campbell's?" Reynolds chewed in silence. "How good is this Campbell?" "He thinks he's plumb salty. I wouldn't be for knowing, however. Down that-a-way they sure set store by him." A slim, dark-faced cowhand looked up and drawled softly, "I know him, Earl, and when you tangle with him, be ready. He's the hombre who went into King Fisher's hideout in Mexico after a horse one of Fisher's boys stole off him. He rode the horse out too, and the story is that he made Fisher take water. He killed the hombre who stole his horse. The fellow was a fool half-breed who went for his gun." "So he's chasing you, Earl," Reynolds muttered. "Maybe that accounts for his being here." "And maybe he's here because of Vin Carter," Barlow said. "If he is, that spells trouble for Pogue. That won't hurt us any." In the days that had followed the escape of Royley Burt, Campbell had not been idle. He had thrown and branded several of the wild cattle, and had pushed a few of them out into the open valley below Thousand Springs. There would be plenty of time later to bring more of them. All he wanted was for the brand to show up when the roundup was underway. Astride the Palouse, he headed for the VV. The morning was warm but pleasant, and he rode down into the shade under the giant old cottonwoods feeling very fit and very happy. Several of the hands were in sight, and one of them was the slope-shouldered Davis mending a saddle girth. Ray Vandy saw him, and his brow puckered in a slight frown. He turned and walked toward Rip Campbell. "Get down, won't you? Bridget has been telling me something about you." "Thanks, I will. Is she here?" His purpose had been to verify, if he could, some of his ideas about that conversation he had seen and she had overheard at the Springs. Also, he was curious about the setup at the VV. It was the one place he had not catalogued in his long rides. "Yes," Vandy hesitated, "she's here." He made no move to get her. Suddenly, he seemed to make a decision. "I say, Campbell, you're not coming with the idea of courting my sister, are you? You know she's spoken for. That idea, Campbell said grimly, seems to be one everyone wants to sell me. First heard it from Stan Levy. Vandy's lips tightened. You mean Stan talked to you about Bridget? He did. And Bridget told me she was to marry him. Ray Vandy appeared relieved. He relaxed. Well, then you understand how things are. I wouldn't want any trouble over her. Stan's pretty touchy. Understand this. Campbell turned sharply around and faced Ray. I was told that by Levy and by Bridget. Frankly, the fact that she is engaged to him doesn't make a bit of difference to me. I haven't told that to her, but you're her brother, and I'm telling you. You don't need any long-winded explanations about how I feel about her. When I'm sure she's in love with him, I'll keep away. Until then, I'm in to stay. Surprisingly, Vandy did not get angry. He appeared more frightened and worried. I was afraid of that, he muttered. I should have known. Now, if you won't get her for me, I'll go to the house after her. After whom? They turned swiftly to see Bridget walking toward them, smiling. Hello, Rip. Who were you coming after? Who could ever make your voice sound like that? You, he said bluntly. Nobody but you. Her smile vanished, but there was warmth in her eyes. That's nice, she said. You say it as if you mean it. I do. Boss. A tall, lean, and red-headed cowhand had walked up to them, and when they turned he asked, Who has the gallows frame brand? Gallows frame? Vandy shrugged. Never heard of it. Where did you see it? Up toward Thousand Springs. Seen several mighty fine-looking bulls, and a few cows up that way, and all wearing that brand, a gallows frame with a ready noose hanging from it. And them cows, why they are wilder than all get out. Couldn't get nowhere near 'em. That's something new, Vandy commented. Have you seen any of them, Bridget? She shook her head, but there was a strange expression in her eyes. She glanced over at Rip Campbell, who listened with an innocence combined with humor that would have been a perfect giveaway to anyone who knew him. No, I haven't seen any of them, Ray. She looked at the redhead again. Murphy, have you met Rip Campbell? He's new around here, but I imagine he's interested in brands. Murphy turned to Campbell and grinned. Heard something about you, he said. Seems you had a run-in with Cy Barlow. Rip noted that Kirby Davis's fingers had almost ceased to move in their work on the girth. Murphy walked away with Ray Vandy, and Bridget turned to Rip, her eyes cool but friendly. I thought you might be interested in knowing Bat Murphy. He was always a good friend of that cowhand they were looking for in town, Royley Burt. Haney's eyes shifted to her thoughtfully. There seemed to be very little this girl did not know. She would be good to have for a friend, and not at all good as an enemy. She was as intelligent as she was beautiful. Her eyes never seemed to sleep, for she seemed to see everything and to comprehend what she was seeing. Was that a lucky guess about Bert? Or did she know? Would Calloway have told her? Of course, he recalled, Calloway had said she had suggested him. That might be it. She was guessing. Davis's ears were obviously tuned to catch every word, so he turned. Shall we walk over and sit down? He took her elbow and guided her to a seat under one of the huge cottonwoods. Bridget, he said suddenly, I told Ray I didn't intend to pay no attention to this engagement of yours unless I found out you were in love with Levy. Are you? She looked away quickly, her face suddenly pale and her lips tight. Finally, she spoke. Why else would a girl be engaged to a man? I haven't an idea. There might be reasons. He stared at her, and then his eyes strayed to Davis. Until you tell me you do, and look me in the eye when you say it, I'm going ahead. I want you, Bridget. I want you like I never wanted anything in this world, and I mean to have you if you could care for me. I'm not asking you now. Just telling you. When I came into this valley, I came expecting trouble, and I thought I knew all the angles. Well, I've found out there's something more going on here than I expected, and it's something you know about. Maybe you don't know it all. I'm banking you don't. You heard me talking to myself. Well, what I said then goes. I'm here alone, and I'm riding for my own brand, and you've guessed right, for that gallows frame is mine, and the noose is for anybody who wants to hang on it. The RR spread and the box N are controlled by a couple of range pirates. They whipped and murdered smaller, weaker men to get what they've got. If they keep it, they'll know they've been in a fight. Bridget had listened intently. Her face had become serious. You can't do anything alone, Rip. You must have help. She put her hand on his arm. Rip is royally safe. Understand, I'm not asking you where he is, just if he is safe. He did me a good turn once, and he's an honest man. He's safe. For your own information, and not to be repeated, he's working for me now. But he can't do much for another 10 days or more, and by that time it may be too late. Can I rely on Murphy? You can. If he will work for you, he'll die for you, and kill for you if it's in the right kind of fight. He was Bert's best friend. Then if I can talk to him, you'll lose a hand. He looked down at her. Bridget, what's going on here? Who is Stan Levy? Who are those men I saw in town? This Kirby Davis and Doyle. I know there's some connection. She got up quickly. I can't talk about that. Stan Levy is going to be my husband. Rip got up too. Roughly, he picked up his hat and jerked it on his head, then stood there, hands on hips, staring at her. Not Levy, he said harshly. Well, if you won't tell me, I'll find out anyway. He turned abruptly, and saw the two men he had seen in town at the restaurant. Kirby Davis and the shorter, hard-faced man. In that single instant, he became aware of many things. Ray Vandy stood in the door, white as death. Kirby Davis, a hard gleam in his eyes, was on the right, and he walked with elbows bent, hands swinging at his gun butts. Behind them, Campbell could see the big old tree with a bench around it, and a rusty horseshoe nailed to the trunk. Two saddled horses stood near the corral, and the sunlight through the leaves dappled the earth with shadow. Behind him there was a low moan of fear from Bridget, but he did not move, but waited and watched the two men coming toward him. It could be here. It could be now. It could be at this moment. Davis spoke first, his lean, cadaverous face hard and with a curiously set expression. The shorter man had moved apart from him a little. Campbell remembered the girl behind him, and knew he dare not fight, but some sixth sense warned him that somewhere else would be a third man, probably with a rifle. The difference. Kirby Davis spoke. You're Rip Campbell. I reckon you know me. I'm Davis, and this here's the first time you've come to the VV, and this is going to be the last. You come on this place again, and you get killed. We don't aim to have no troublemakers around. Rip Campbell held very still, weighing his next words carefully. This could break into a shooting match in one instant. Then have your artillery ready when I come back, he warned them. Because when I'm ready, I'll come back. We told you. Rip looked them over coldly, knowing they had expected to find him as tough and ready for a fight as he had been with Chalk Reynolds and Barlow. Yet there was a queer sense of relief in their eyes too. Campbell guessed that while there must be a hidden rifleman, these men were afraid for their skins. Murphy stood nearby as Rip swung into the saddle. I've a job for you, if you can get to town within the next 12 hours. At the saloon. You might run into a friend of yours. Murphy did not reply, so Campbell rode away, leaving the cowhand standing there. He had spoken softly enough, so he knew he was not overheard. Yet Campbell knew he was no closer to a solution than before. There was danger here. An odd situation existed in the Ruby Hills. Scowling, he considered it. On the one hand was Walt Pogue with Ray Streeter and Rep Hansen, two notorious killers. On the other was Chalk Reynolds with Cy Barlow and Earl Clive. Here at the VV was a stranger situation. Ray and Bridget Vandy, who owned the ranch, seemed completely dominated by Levy and their own hands. Also, Levy had a strong claim of some kind on Bridget herself. What could be behind that? Scowling, Rip considered it. Whatever it was, it could mean everything to him, not only for his plans in the valley, but because of his love for Bridget. Somewhere in this patchwork of conflicting interests, there was another grouping, that small band who had gathered at the Springs with Cy Barlow. The band was made up of at least one man from each ranch. Of Kirby Davis of the VV, Doyle of the Box North, and Tolliver of the Three Diamonds. Where did this last group stand? Doyle, from his actions, wanted Pogue to know nothing of his tie-up with Davis. Did Reynolds know about Barlow's meeting at the Springs? Who was behind it? Chapter 9. Quiet reigned at the bit and bridle when Rip Campbell rode into town in the late afternoon. He left his horse at the rail and strolled through the half-doors to the cool interior. Only Pat the bartender was present. The room was dusky and still. Pat idly polished glasses as he came in, and glanced up at him and then put a bottle and a glass on the bar. Rip leaned an elbow on the hardwood and dug out the makings. He built a smoke without speaking, liking the restfulness and coolness after his hot ride, and thinking over what he had seen at the VV. "You've lived here a long time, Pat." "Uh-huh. Before Carter was killed." "Lots of changes?" "Lots." "There's going to be more, Pat." "Room for him." "Where do you stand?" Pat turned abruptly and fixed his eyes on Campbell. "Not in the middle. Not with Reynolds or Pogue. As for you, I'm neither for you nor against you." "That's plain enough." Campbell didn't know whether to be pleased or angry. After Pat's attitude in regard to Bert, he had hoped he might be an ally. "But you don't sound like much help." "That's right. No help at all. I've got my saloon. I'm doing all right. I was here before Reynolds and Pogue. I'll be here after they are gone." "And after I'm gone?" "Maybe that too." Pat suddenly turned again and rested his big hands on the bar. "You fool around with Pogue all you want. With Reynolds too. But you lay off of Stan Levy and his crowd, you hear? They ain't human. They'll kill you. They'll eat you like a cat does a mouse when they get ready." "Maybe." Rip struck a match with his left hand. "Who are his crowd?" Pat looked disgusted. "You've been to the VV. He runs that spread. Don't you be too friendly with that girl either. She's poison." Campbell let that one ride. Maybe she was poison. Maybe feeling the way he did about her was the thing that would break him. He was a strong man. He had not lived that long under the conditions he knew, without knowing his own strength, and knowing how it compared with the strength of others. He knew that when he was sure he would push his luck to any degree, but as yet he was not pushing it, as yet no one in the valley knew his real intentions. Pogue believed he had come looking for Clive. Reynolds and Barlow, despite their hatred for him, believed he was after Pogue. Each was prepared to keep hands off, in hopes he would injure the other. Yet the roundup was going to blow the lid off, for the roundup was going to show that he had cattle on the range, and had pitched his hat into the ring. Then he would be in the middle of the fight, with every man's hand against him. Pat's warning was right. Pogue and Reynolds were dangerous, but nothing to Levy's crowd. Lifting his glass, Rip studied his reflection in the mirror, the reflection of a tall, wide-shouldered young man with blunt bronzed features and a smile that came easily to eyes that were half cynical, half amused. He was a tall young man with a flat-brimmed, flat-crowned black hat, and a gray shield-chested shirt and a black knotted kerchief, black cross belts supporting the worn holsters and walnut-stock guns. He was a fool, he decided, to think as he did about Bridget. What could he offer such a girl? On the other hand, what could Stan Levy offer her? Regardless, he was here to stay. When he rode the Palouse into the street of Siloam, he had come to remain. If he had to back it with gunfire, he would do just that. Carefully, he considered the state of his plans. There was no fault to find there. In fact, he had progressed beyond where he had expected, in that he had a friend, an ally, a man who would stay with him to the last ditch. He had Royley Burt. Camping on the mesa, the wounded man was rapidly knitting. They had talked much, and Burt had told him what to expect of the roundup. He knew the characters and personalities of the people of the Ruby Hills, and he knew something more of Pogue and Reynolds. Over nights beside the campfire they had yarned and argued and talked. Both of them had rode for good night, both for John Chisholm. They knew the same saloons in Tacosa and El Paso. Both had been over the trail to Dodge and to Cheyenne. Both had been in Uvalde and Laredo, and they talked the nights away of cattle and horses, of rustling and gunfighters until they knew each other, and knew they spoke the same language. Royley had talked much of Murphy. He was a good man. While Murphy liked both Ray and Bridget Vandy, he had confided to Bert that he must leave the VV or be killed. "Why were the Boxen boys gunning for you, Royley?" A frown gathered between Royley-Bert's eyes. He looked up at Rip, over the fire. His blue eyes were puzzled and disturbed. "You know, I can't figure that. It was a set deal. I saw that right away. They'd been sent to murder me. How'd you happen to be in town?" "Barlow sent me in for a message." "I see." Rip told him then about the meeting below the mesa, and everything but Bridget's part in it. "There's a tie-up there somewhere. I think Barlow sent you in on purpose, and he had those Boxen boys primed to kill you." "But why?" "Something you know, probably. The way I have it figured is that Cy Barlow is in some kind of a double cross that he don't want Chalk to know about. Maybe he figured he tipped his hand somehow, and you knew too much. Doyle is in the deal with him, and I figured from the way he acted the other night in front of Pogue that he's double-crossing Walt. And I think Stan Levy is the man behind the whole thing." "You mean a deal between Barlow and Levy? But they are supposed to be on the outs." "Sure, and what better cover-up? You keep an eye on the Springs. They may meet again." "Say." Bert glanced up. "Something I've been meaning to ask Jan. Several times I've heard a funny kind of rumbling. Sounds like it comes out of the rock under me. You heard it?" Don't reckon it amounts to much, but someday we'll do some prowling. Kind of gives an hombre the shivers." Standing now at the bit and bridle bar, Rip Campbell went over that conversation. Yes, he was ahead of his plans in having such an ally as Royley-Bert. He leaned his forearms on the hardwood and turned his head to glance out into the street. The rose of the setting sun had tinted the dusty, unpainted boards of the old building opposite with a dull glow, and beyond it, in the space between the buildings, a deep shadow had already gathered. At the rail, Rio stamped his feet against a vagrant fly and blew contentedly. It was a quiet evening. Suddenly, he felt a vague nostalgia, a longing for a home he had never known, the deep inner desire for peace, his children about him, the quiet evening rest on a wide porch after a hard day on the range, and the sound of a voice inside, a voice singing. Yet when he straightened and filled his glass again, the guns felt heavy against his legs. Someday, with luck, things would be different. Then the half doors pushed open, and Stan Levy stood there, tall and handsome against the fading light. He looked for an instant at Rip, and then came on into the room. He wore the same splendid white hat, a white buckskin vest, and perfectly creased gray trousers tucked into polished boots. As always, the worn gun struck the only incongruous note. His voice was easy, confident. "Thanks. I've got one." In the mirror, his eyes caught the difference between them, his battered shabbiness against the cool magnificence of Levy. Levy's smile was pleasant, his voice ordinary and casual. "Planning to leave soon?" "No." Campbell's voice was flat. "I'm never going to leave. That's what the country needs, they tell me. Permanent settlers, somebody to build on. It's a nice thought if you can stick it." "That's right. How about you, Levy? Do you think you'll be able to stick it when Reynolds and Pogue get to checking brands?" He heard a glass rattle in Pat's suddenly nervous fingers. He knew he had taken the play away from Levy with that remark, and he followed it up. "I've been over the range lately, and there's a lot of steers out there with VVs made over into 3 diamonds and box ends to triple box A's, and I understand that brand happens to be yours too." Levy had straightened and was looking at him, all the smile gone from his face. "You understand too much, Campbell. You're getting into water that's too deep for you, or for any drifting cowhand." "Am I? Let me judge. I've waded through some bad water a few times, and where I couldn't wade, I could swim. Stan Levy's eyes had widened, and the bones seemed to stretch the skin of his face taut and hard. He was not a man used to being talked back to, and he wasn't used to being thwarted. He was shrewd, a planner, but in that instant, Rip learned something else of him. He had a temper, and when pushed, he got angry. Such a man was apt to be hasty. "All right," Rip told himself, "let's see. Another thing, you spoke the other day about a staked claim. I'm curious to see how deep your stakes are driven, so I'm going to find out for myself, Levy. I don't think that claim is very secure. I think a little bit of bad weather, and all your stakes would shake loose. You're a big boy, Levy, but you're not cutting the wide swath you think you are. Now you know where I stand, so don't try running any bluffs on me. I won't take a pushing around. Stand aside, Stan, and let me have him." The voice rang in an almost empty room, and Campbell's hair prickled along his scalp as he saw Earl Clive standing just inside the door. "I want him anyway, Stan." Rip Campbell stood, his feet wide apart, facing them, and he knew he was in the tightest spot of his life. Two of the deadliest gunmen in the country were facing him, and he was alone. Cold and still he waited, and the air was so tense he could hear the hoarse breathing of the bartender beside him and across the bar. So still was the air in the room that Bat Murphy's voice, low as it was, could be heard by all. "If they want it, Campbell, I'll take Stan for you. He's right here under my gun." Levy's eyes did not waver. Campbell saw the quick calculation in the big man's eyes, then saw decision. Levy was sharp, and this situation offered nothing for anybody. It was 2 and 2, and Murphy's position at the window from which he spoke commanded the situation perfectly, as he was just slightly behind both Levy and Clive. It was Pat who broke the stalemate. "Nobody does any shooting here unless it's me," he said flatly. "Murphy, you stand where you are. Clive, you take your hand away from that gun and get out of that door face first. Stan, you follow him. I ain't aiming to put clean sawdust on this here floor again today. Now get." He enforced his command with the twin barrels of a shotgun over the edge of the bar, and nobody had any argument with a shotgun at close quarters. A 6-gun warrants a gamble, but there's no gamble with a sawed-off scatter gun. Clive turned on his heel and strode from the room, and Stan smiled suddenly, but his eyes were cold as they turned to Campbell. "You talk a good fight," he said. "We'll have to see what you're holding." "All right," Rip replied shortly. "I'll help you check brands at the roundup." Levy walked out, and then Bat Murphy put a foot through the open window and stepped into the bar. He grinned. "That job open?" Campbell laughed. "Friend, you've been working for me for the last 3 minutes," he declared warmly. "You two finish your drinks and pull out," Pat said dryly. "Powder smoke gives me a headache." Chapter 10. Sinister signs gathered over the fire in the hollow atop the mesa. Crouched 3 men, not daring to use the partly constructed house as the glow of the fire might attract attention. Here, in a more sheltered position far back from the rim, they could talk in quiet and without fear of the fire attracting undue attention. Bert, whose leg was much better, was cooking. "It ain't all clear, Rip, but I think you've got the right idea. It looks like Levy is engineering some kind of a steal, if Doyle, Davis, and Beardew are in it with him. I do know this. There's been a passel of hard cases coming into the valley here lately. They ain't all tied in with the Box N or the RR by any means. Sure, look at Streeter and Hansen. They are with Pogue, but how far can he count on them? I think Streeter and Hansen will stay out of things if Levy says to. I think he's cut the ground from under the feet of both men. Those brands I've looked at aren't intended to fool anybody, it seems to me," Campbell commented. "I think Levy plans to start trouble. It's my opinion that he'll blow the lid off things just when the rest of them are standing by for the roundup. How many reliable hands has Vandy got? 3 or 4. Davis and his partner ran several off. A man sure don't feel comfortable working around a ranch with 2 hombres on the prod like that. What goes on around there?" Campbell asked Murphy. "You've lived on that spread and should know." Murphy shrugged. "I sure don't know," he said honestly. "Seems to be a lot of moving around at night on that spread, but Davis or his partner are usually by the door, and they go out to see what it's all about. Several times at night riders have showed up there, leaving hard-ridden horses behind when they take off. No familiar brands but one. That I think I've seen down Mexico way. Rip took the plate he was handed and dished up some frijoles, and then accepted the coffee Bert poured for him. There seemed to be but one answer. He would have to do some night riding and look around a little. Maybe he could figure it out. After all, there couldn't be many possibilities. Well, Bert suggested at last, the roundup starts tomorrow. Before it has gone very far, we'll know a lot of things. From the rim of the mesa, they watched all the following morning. Reynolds' hands were rounding up cattle, driving them out of the timber and down into the flat. Some of the Box North riders were part of the group. The weather was hot and dry, and dust arose in clouds. The cattle moved from the shade and ample water of the springs with reluctance. As always, it gave Rip a thrill to watch the cattle gathered and to see a big herd moving. He kept back and out of sight, but took turns with Murphy at watching the work. Regardless of their sympathies, there were good cattlemen on both sides. The riders got the cattle out of the breaks and started them down valley to the accompaniment of many yells, much shouting back and forth, and the usual good-natured persiflage and joking that is part of any roundup crew. As far as his glass was able to see, the same thing was happening. There would be several thousand head of stock to work in this roundup, and it would move on down the range for many miles before completed. Murphy slid up alongside of him at noon on the second day. "You want me to representative for you, or will you tackle it your own self?" Campbell thought a minute. "We'll both go down, but we'll go loaded for bear. I think hell is going to break loose down there before many days." "If they start to fight, what do we do?" Murphy asked keenly. "Pull out. We don't have a battle with any of them. Not yet we don't, but almost any of them might take a shot at us. When they see what's happened, that I've got cattle on this range, they aren't going to be too happy about it." "Have you seen Stoddard?" "Only for a minute or two. He's advising me to get more hands, but I don't want anybody killed, neither of you nor myself either. If there's only 3 of us, we'll play our cards the way we should, close to our belt. If there were more, we might take chances and get somebody killed. If they start a battle, pull out. Don't you rate that levy too low, Campbell?" Murphy shook his head seriously. "He's cold-blooded, and he'll do whatever he's a mind to get his way on this range. He hasn't any use for either Pogue or Reynolds, but he's a sight worse than either of them." It was good advice, and the following day when the two drifted down off the mesa toward the roundup, Rip Campbell was thinking about it. "Remember one thing," he advised Murphy. "We may not be together all the time. Don't let yourself get sucked in. Hold to the outer edge all the time, and keep an eye on the hands we've talked about whom we believe to be tied in with Levy. I wouldn't be surprised at anything. If they start scattering out and seem to be taking up any definite positions, ease out of there quick." Walt Pogue looked unhappy when he saw the two riding up. Then he brightened noticeably. "You two hunting work? I need some men." "No." Campbell noted that Chuck Reynolds was riding over. "I've come to representative for my brand." Pogue's head came down and his eyes squinted. He leaned toward them, and his somewhat thick lips parted. "Did you say your brand?" "That's right, a gallows frame." The big rancher's face went white, then darkened with a surge of blood. He reined his horse around violently. "Who said you could run cattle on this range?" Rip Campbell shrugged. Chuck Reynolds looked as astonished and angry as Pogue. "Does anybody have to say so? Strikes me this here is government land, and my stock has as much right to run on it as yours, and maybe more right." "You'll find there's a difference of opinion on that," Chuck Reynolds put in violently. "This range is overcrowded now. Tell that to Stan Levy. He's on it with 2 brands." This was obviously no news to either of them, but neither had anything to say for a minute, and then Reynolds said coldly, "Well, he'll be told. From what I hear, somebody's doing some mighty smooth work with a cinch ring." Rip hooked his leg around the saddle horn and began to dig for the makings. "Reynolds, if you and Pogue will take a look at those altered brands, you'll see that whoever altered them doesn't give a hoot whether you know it or not. He's throwing it right in your face and asking what you intend to do." "I'll do plenty," Chalk bellowed. "There's going to be a new setup on this range after this roundup is over." "You throwing that at me?" Pogue demanded. Fury was building in the man, and he was staring at Reynolds with an ugly light in his eye. "Why don't you two either go to it or cut it out?" Campbell drawled. "Or are you both afraid of Levy? He's the hombre who's cutting in on you. He doesn't even bother to bring his own cows, he brands yours." Rip chuckled and Reynolds' face went white. He turned and said flatly, the rage trembling behind his even tones, "We might get together, Walt and I, long enough to get shut of you." "Take first things first," Rip said. "And you'd better learn this right now, Chalk. And you too, Pogue. I came here to stay. If you fellows stay here, it will be with me alongside of you. If you go, I'll still be here. I didn't come to this valley by chance. I came here on purpose and with a definite idea in mind. Any bet you make, I'll double and raise. So any time you want to get into the game with me, just start the ball rolling any way you like." He struck a match and lighted his smoke, then dropped his leg back and kicked his foot into the stirrup. Coolly and without a backward glance, he rode away. Bat Murphy sat quietly for a minute or two, watching him ride. Pogue glared at him. "What's in this, Bat? You've always been a good man." "You listen to him," Murphy advised dryly. "He's mucho malo hombre, if you get what I mean. But only when he's crossed. He's got no reason to like either of you, but he's got other things on his mind now. But in case either of you wonder where I stand, me and my 6-gun, we stand right alongside of Rip Campbell. And that's where you'll find Roily Burt too." "Burt?" Pogue's face flamed. "Where is that murdering son?" Bat Murphy turned, his hand on the cantle of the saddle. "Listen, why don't you find out why 2 of your men were gunning for him, Pogue? I'll bet a paint pony you don't know. And why don't you, Chalk Reynolds, find out why none of your boys were in town that night to side Burt? Why did your nephew send him into town with a message?" Murphy turned and cantered his horse over to Rip. "I gave them some more," he said briefly and explained. Campbell chuckled. "Their ears will be buzzing for a week if they live that long. Some nice stock here, Bat, at that. How many head have you got out here?" "Not many. Couple of dozen head is all. Just something to make them unhappy. Suppose they start to get sore. Reynolds and Pogue both can be mighty mean." "We'll get meaner. I've got them cold-decked, Bat. Someday I'll tell you about it. I've got them all cold-decked. The only way they can beat me in the long run is with hot lead. Maybe. But that Stan Levy is poison. You think Pogue and Reynolds will get through the roundup without a fight? No. There's too much hard feeling amongst the boys. Somebody will blow his top, and then the whole thing will bust up in a shooting match." Rip Campbell looked across the valley, watching the familiar scene with a little of the old lift within him. This was the roundup, the hardest work in a cowhand's life and in many ways the highest point. They cussed the roundup and loved it. It was hot and dusty, full of danger from kicking hoofs and menacing horns, but filled with good fellowship and comradely fun. The waving sea of horns tossed and rolled and fell as the cattle milled or the herd, starting to line out for somewhere, anywhere, was turned back on itself by some cowhand quick to stop the movement. At such times the horns would send a long ripple of movement across the herd. Wild-eyed steers lunged for a getaway, but were quickly harried back into the herd. At the branding pens men were gathered, the sharp line of demarcation between the RR and Box North a little broken here by the business of the day. Elsewhere, the men from the 2 big outfits drew off to themselves, worked together, and avoided contact with the rival ranch hands. Stan Levy, astride a magnificent white horse, was everywhere to be seen. For a time he was at the branding pens, and then he was circling the herd. Finally, sighting Rip Campbell and Murphy, he walked his horse toward them. Rip saw Murphy stiffen, and saw the cowhand's face tighten and grow cold. Certainly there was no love lost here. "How are you, Campbell?" Levy was easy, casual. He seemed to have forgotten completely the events of the day, in the bit and bridle. He was clean-shaven as always, and as always he was immaculate. The dust of the roundup seemed scarcely to have touched him. Murphy, glancing at the two, was struck for the first time at something strikingly similar in the two men, only there was a subtle difference that drew the cowhand inexorably to Rip Campbell. Both were big men, Levy the taller and heavier, and probably somewhat softer. Rip was lean and hard, his rugged build seeming so lean as to belie his actual weight, which was some 200 pounds. Yet in the faces of both men there was strength, and in the faces of both men there was the look of command. Campbell's manner was easy and careless, yet there was something solid about him, something rock-like that was lacking in the brittle sharpness of Stan Levy. These two were shaped by nature to be enemies, two strong men with their faces turned in the same direction, yet backed by wholly varied thinking. The one ruthless and relentless, willing to take any advantage, willing to stop at nothing. The other hard, toughened by range wars and fighting with the rough-handed fair play of the Western Plains, yet equally relentless. It could be something, Murphy thought, if they ever came together in physical combat. Ross began building a smoke. Looks like a good herd. You got many cows here? Quite a few. Levy glanced at him sharply. I hear you have some too. That you're running the gallows frame brand. That's right. Rip lighted his smoke and eased his seat on the Palouse. It's a good brand. Seems so. Strange that I hadn't heard of any cattle coming into the country lately. Did you pick yours up on the range? At many times in many places, such a remark would have meant shooting. After Campbell's equally insulting remarks in the bit and bridle, they were not important. These two knew their time was coming, and neither was in a rush. Levy was completely, superbly confident. Rip hard and determined, his hackles raised by this man, his manner always verging on the outright aggressive. No, I didn't need to. Your pattern suits you, mine suits me. He inhaled deeply, and let the smoke trickle out through his nostrils. My cattle were already here. The remark drew the response he wanted. It was a quick, nervous, and irritable scowl from Levy. That's impossible, he said. Only 3 brands ran on this range until I moved in. Campbell smiled, knowing his enigmatic smile and manner would infuriate Levy. Stan, he drawled, you're an hombre that figures he's right smart, and you might be if you didn't figure the other fellow was so all-fired dumb. A man like you ain't got a chance to win for long, in any game for that reason. You take everybody for being loco, or dumb as a month-old calf. You ride into everything full of confidence and sneers. You're like most crooks. You think everything will turn out right for you. Why, you're so wrong, it don't need any argument. You came into this country big and strong. You were going to be the boss. You saw Reynolds and Pogue, you figured them for easy marks. You maybe had something on the Vandies. I haven't figured that out yet, but like so many crooks, you overlooked the obvious. Let me tell you something, my cutthroat friend, and get it straight. You lost this fight before you started. You might win with bullets, that's still anybody's guess, but you'll lose. You're smart in a lot of ways. And if you were really smart, you'd turn that horse of yours and start out of this country and never stop until you're 500 miles east of Tascosa. Levy smiled, but the smile was forced. For the first time, the big man was uneasy, yet it was only for a moment. I may not be as smart as I think, Campbell, but no 4-bit cowhand is going to outsmart me. Rip turned slightly. Pat, let's drift down toward the pens. I want to see what Reynolds and Pogue think of those altered brands. Chapter 11. Nonchalantly, Campbell turned his back on Levy and started away. Murphy rode beside him, occasionally stealing a glance his way. Boss, you're sure turning the knife in that hombre. What you aiming to do, force his hand? Something like that. It does me good, just to goad him. But you keep your eyes open, because he's got something cooking now. I only wish, his brow creased with worry. I knew what he had on the Vandies. You don't suppose she really cares for that hombre, do you? Murphy shrugged. I can guess what a fool cow will do, and I can outguess a bronc, but keep me away from women. I never could read the sign right to follow their trail. Just when you think you can read the brand, they turn the other way, and it looks altogether different. Despite the growing sense of danger, the roundup was moving very well, yet the tenseness of the riders for all the brands was becoming increasingly evident. Several times Rip saw Bridget, but she avoided him. Ray Vandy was there, working like any of his men, and showing himself to be a fair hand and a very willing one. Yet as his eyes roved the herd and searched the faces of the riders, Rip could see that under the heat, the irritating, confusing dust, and the hard labor, that tempers were growing short. On the third day, when the roundup had moved to the vicinity of Siloam, the break came. He had been trying to find a chance to talk to Bridget, and suddenly he saw it. The girl had been talking with Levy. She had started away from him, riding toward the cottonwoods that marked the VV ranch house. Rip started after her, and noticed Kirby Davis, his hard lupine face set grimly, staring after him. Davis had drawn aside from the crowd, and was building a smoke. Murphy, who had been working hard all morning, was still in the center of things, but Doyle was saddling a fresh horse. Campbell overtook Bridget, and she looked up at him. He noticed for the first time how thin she had grown, and how white her face was. Bridget. Surprisingly, his voice was unsteady. Wait a minute. She drew up, waiting for him, but he thought she waited without any desire for conversation. She said nothing as he rode alongside. Leaving so soon? She nodded. Stan said the men were getting pretty rough in their talk, and they'd be more comfortable if I went in. I've been hoping I'd have a chance to talk to you. You've been avoiding me. His eyes were accusing, but bantering. She looked at him directly then. Yes, Rip, I have. We must not see each other again. I'm going to marry Stan, and seeing you won't do. You don't love him. The statement was flat and level, but she avoided his glance and made no response. Then suddenly she said, Rip, I've got to go. Stan insisted I leave right away. Campbell's eyes hardened. Do you take orders from him? What is this, anyway? Are you a slave? Haven't you a chance to make up your own mind? Her face reddened, and she was about to make a quick and probably angry retort when her remark hit him. He seized her wrist. Bridget, you say Stan insisted? That you leave now? Yes, she was astonished and puzzled by his expression. He said. The remark trailed off, for Rip Campbell had turned sharply in his saddle. Kirby Davis had finished his cigarette. Doyle was fumbling with his saddle girth, and for the first time Campbell noticed that he carried a rifle in his saddle scabbard, a rifle within inches of his hands. Rip's eyes strayed for the white horse, and found it on the far side. He turned quickly. Bridget, he's right. Get back to that ranch as fast as you can, and don't leave it. He wheeled his horse, and started back toward the branding pens at a rapid canter, hoping he would be in time. A small herd of cattle was drifting down toward the pens, and behind it was Streeter and Rep Hansen. As he drew up on the edge of the branding, Murphy was just straightening up from slapping a brand on a steer. Bat. Campbell had to speak 3 times before Murphy heard him, and then the red-headed cowhand turned and walked toward him. Look out, Bat. It's coming. His remark might have been a signal, for Earl Clive, sitting his horse near the corral on the outside of the pole fence, spoke up and pointed his remark at Riggs, a boxen rider. You all feet, or just naturally dumb? Riggs looked up sharply. What's the matter with you, Clive? I haven't seen you down here doing any work. Riggs was a slim, hard-faced youngster and a top hand. His anger was justifiable, and he was not thinking or caring who or what Clive was. Riggs had worked while the gunman lounged in his saddle, carrying his perpetual sneer. Shucks, Clive said. You box Northand's done enough work afore the roundup, slapping brands on everything in sight. Bunch of tin-horn cow thieves. You're a liar. Riggs snapped, and Clive's hand flashed for his gun. At that, Riggs almost made it. His gun was coming up when Clive's first shot smashed him in the middle. He staggered back, gasping fiercely, struggling to get his gun up. Instantly, the branding pens were bursting with gunfire. Murphy swung into the saddle, and whipped his horse around the corner of the stock pens, and he and Rip Campbell headed for the timber. "It's their fight," Murphy said bitterly. "Let them have it." "Look." Campbell was pointing. Murphy glanced over his shoulder as the firing burst out, and his face went hard and cold. Streeter and Hanson, from their saddles, had opened up on Reynolds and Pogue. Doyle was firing over the saddle of his horse, and cattle were scattering in every direction. Dust arose in a thick cloud. From it came the scream of a man in agony, then another burst of firing. Murphy gasped out an oath. The freckles were standing out against the dead white of his face. Pogue's own men turned on him. "Yeah," Rip Campbell hurled his cigarette into the dust. "We'd better light a shuck. I think they intended to get us too." The crash of guns stopped suddenly, but the scene was obscured by dust from the crazed cattle and excited horses. Rip saw a riderless horse, stirrups flopping, come from the dust cloud, head high and reins trailing. Behind them, there was a single shot, then another. Finally, with miles behind them, Murphy looked over at Rip. "I feel like a coyote riding away from a fight like that, but it sure wasn't none of ours." Campbell nodded grimly. "I saw it coming, but never guessed it would break out just like that. It couldn't be stopped without killing Levy." "You think he engineered it?" "Sure." Campbell explained how Levy had started Bridget home, and how his riders had moved out of the working men's group to good firing positions. Clive had his orders. He deliberately started that fight when he got the signal. "I'll get him, if it's the last thing I do," Murphy said bitterly. "That Riggs was a good hand. We hunted strays together. There was nothing we could have done but stay there and die. We've got other things to do, Bat. We've got to see that Levy's plans go haywire, and that he gets his deserts. We've got to get the Vandies out from under. Stan will have this country sewed up now, with no one able to buck him but us. He'll rave when he finds we got away." "As far as Reynolds and Pogue," Murphy said, "I can't feel no sorrow. They were a couple of murdering wolves, but they had some good men riding for 'em." Murphy scowled. "Wonder what Levy will do now. He's got the range sewed up, with them two out of the way, and the Vandies knuckling under to him." Ross frowned. He had thought that over, and believed he knew the answer. "That we'll have to wait and see," Campbell said. "I'm right curious myself. He'll hunt us, and we'll have to lay low. He'll blame the whole thing on the feud between the two big outfits, and claim he was just an innocent bystander." "What about the riders?" Murphy protested. "Some of them will tell the truth." "Bat," Campbell said, "I'd lay a good bet none of them know. We knew pretty well what was coming, and moreover we got off to one side with a clear view. Down there among the stampeding cows, the dust and shooting, I'll bet the ones who are alive won't know. Moreover, I'll bet most of them drift out of the country. If they don't drift," Campbell added, "Levy will probably see that they do. From his standpoint, it's foolproof. Remember, too, that Levy's gunmen were men from both outfits." "If he kills like that," Murphy asked, "what chance have 3 men got?" "The best chance, Bat. We're still honest men, even if the only law is gun law. We'll wait and see what Levy does, but I imagine the first thing he'll do will be to clean up the loose ends. He may even call in the law from outside, so he'll be in the clear with a clean bill of health." Roy Lee Burt was waiting for them when they rode in. "What happened?" he demanded. "Did the lid blow off?" "I heard shooting." Briefly, Campbell explained. "The fight would have come, I expect, even if Levy hadn't planned it." "How many were killed?" "No telling. I doubt if so many. Enough to warrant Levy playing the big honest man who wants to keep the peace. Down there in the dust, I doubt if anybody scored many good shots. Too much confusion, and too many running cattle. Riggs is probably dead. Murdering coyotes." Burt limped to the fire. "Set and eat. I've got the grub ready." He dished up the food, then straightened, fork in hand. "Rip, what happened to Chalk?" Campbell did not look up. "He's sure to be dead. So's Pogue. Even Cy Barlow was shooting at them. Killed his own uncle or lent a hand. Chalk was no good, but no man deserves that." Bert looked up suddenly. "Boss, while you two were gone, I done some stumping around to loosen the muscles in this here game leg, and guess what I found?" "What?" Campbell dished up a forkful of beans, then looked over it at Royley, struck by something in his tone. "That rumbling in the rock. I found what causes it," he said. "And man, when you see it your hair'll stand on end, I'm a-telling you." Chapter 12. Rip Campbell opened his eyes to look through the aspen leaves at a cloudless sky. The vast expanse of blue stretched above them, as yet unfired by the blazing heat of the summer sun. He rolled out of his sugan and dressed, trying to keep his feet out of the dew covering the grass. Bat Murphy stuck a head bristling with red hair, all standing on end out of his blankets, and stared unhappily at Campbell. "Royley," he complained, "what can a man do when his boss gets up early? It ain't neither fitting nor right, I say." "Pull your head back in then, you sorrel-topped bronc," Campbell growled. "I'm going to have a look at the valley, and then Royley can roll out and scare up some chuck. How about this all-fired rumbling?" Murphy sat up. "I heard it again last night. Gives a man the creeps." Bert sat up and looked around for his boots. He rubbed his unshaven jowls as he did every morning, and muttered, "Dang it, I need a shave. Never seen you when you didn't." Murphy thrust his thumb through a hole in his sock and swore, then pulled it on. "You need a haircut too, you darn long hair. Ugly, that's what you are. What a thing to see when you first wake up. Lucky you never hitched up with no girl. She sure would have had you curried and combed to a fare thee well." Rip left them arguing, and picking up his glass, walked to the nest of boulders he used for a lookout. Settling down on his stomach in the sand, he pointed the glass down valley. At first all seemed serene and beautiful. The morning sunlight sparkled on the pool below, and the sound of the running water came to his ears. Somewhere far off a cow bawled. He swept the edge of the trees close at hand, studied the terrain below, and then bit by bit he eased his line of quest up until he was looking well downrange toward the Saloon trail. The sun felt good on his back, and he squirmed to shift his position a little, leveled the glass, then froze. A group of horsemen were coming up the trail toward Thousand Springs, riding slowly. Stan Levy, he made out, was not among them. As they drew nearer, he picked out first one and then another. They were led by Cy Barlow, and Kirby Davis and Doyle were with him. Also, Earl Clive and half-dozen other riders. As they drew rein below him and let their horses drink, a few words drifted up to him. This time, they were making no secret of their conversation, and in the bright morning air their words were for the most part plain enough. "Beats all where he got to," Doyle complained. "One minute both of them were there, and then they were gone." "We'd better find him," Davis replied. "I never did see Stannard so wrought up about anything as when he found they'd got away. He must have turned over everything in the flat, hunting them. Refused to believe they'd got away. Golly, was he mad." "He's a bad man to cross," Streeter commented. "I never seen him mad before. He goes crazy." Clive hung at one edge of the group, taking no part in their talking. His eyes strayed toward Barlow from time to time. Finally, he swung down and walked to one of the springs for a drink, and when he came back, wiping his mouth, his eyes shifted from one to the other. "Some things about this I don't like," he said. There was no reply. Watching, Rip had the feeling that Clive expressed the view of more than one of them. Cy idly flicked his quirt at a mesquite. "Well, you can't say he ain't thorough," he said grimly. Clive looked around. "Yeah," he agreed sarcastically. "But how thorough? Where does his being thorough stop? You ever start to figure like that?" He had me primed to start the play by gunning Riggs, as he had Riggs pegged as a hothead who would go for a gun if pushed. Well, I hadn't no use for Riggs my own self, but he never told me what was to come after. It was pure luck I didn't get killed. "Where do you reckon Campbell went?" Davis demanded, changing the subject. "Where did Royley Bert go?" Doyle asked. "You ask me, that Rip Campbell is nobody's fool. He and Murphy sure got shut of those branding pens in a hurry. They lit out like who flunked the chunk. Maybe left the country. He sure didn't. Clive said bitterly. He wants my scalp. He'll not leave if I read his tracks right. He called the boss a couple of times, Doyle said. Pogue too. Don't seem to take no water for anybody. Cy Barlow's eyes shifted from face to face, waiting for somebody to mention his own fuss with Campbell, but they avoided his eyes. I'd say the thing to do would be to stop chasing over the country and keep an eye on that Calloway feller. He was right friendly with Campbell, they tell me. Or Bridget Vandy. Barlow sneered. I think the boss is bucking a stacked deck with her. Watching from the mesa, and listening to the faint sound of their voices, Rip could see Kirby's eyes shifting from man to man. He shook his own head, disgusted. They talk too much, he told himself, that Davis will tell Levy every word or I miss my guess. He wasn't planted on the VV for nothing. Long after the group rode away, he lay there restlessly, hoping for some sight of Bridget, but there was none. More than he cared to admit, he was worried about her. Stan Levy had been revealed as a much more ruthless man, and a more cruel man than he had believed. Perhaps of them all, Earl Clive was the nearest to correct in his estimation of Levy's character. There was small chance he would ever allow any of the group below to escape the valley to talk and repeat what they knew over too many glasses of whiskey. He was thorough, and he would be thorough enough and hard enough to carry out what he had started. Yet there was little Campbell could do until Levy's next move was revealed. Reynolds and Pogue were gone, and the Ruby Hills country lay in the big man's palm. Campbell longed for a talk with Stoddard, for the old storekeeper was a shrewd judge of men, and he listened much and heard everything. Returning to the fire, he joined Bert and Murphy in eating a quick breakfast. Now, he said as he finished his last cup of coffee, we'll see what you've got to show us. Then Murphy and me will go down into the lava and push out some more cows. We've got to keep Levy sweating. Bert, whose leg was rapidly returning to normal, led them through the aspens to the open mesa, and then along its top toward the jumbled maze of boulders that blocked off any approach from the northwest, except by the narrow trail Campbell used in coming and going. The way Bert took followed a dim pathway into the boulders, and ended at a great leaning slab of granite, under which there was a dark, chill-looking opening. Come on, he said. We're going down here. He had brought with him several bits of candle, and now he passed one to each of them. They stooped and crept into the hole. The air felt damp inside, and there was a vast cavernous feeling as of a dark empty space. Holding their candles high, they saw they were on a steep floor that led away ahead of them, going down and down into an abysmal darkness from which came the faint sound of falling water. Bert hobbled along ahead of them, and they had descended 70 or 80 feet below the level of the mesa above, when he paused on the rim of a black hole. Leaning forward, Rip Campbell saw a bottomless blackness from which there came at intervals a strange sighing, and then a low rumble. We got maybe 10 minutes, the way I figure it, Bert said. And then to be on the safe side, we've got to get out. He knelt and touched the rock at the edge of the hole. Look how smooth. Water done that, water falling on it for years and years. I tried to time it yesterday, and it seems to come about every 3 hours. Pressure must build away down inside the mountain somehow, and then she blows a cork, and water comes a-spouting and a-spuming out of this hole. She shoots clear up, nigh to the roof, and she keeps a-spouting for maybe 3-4 minutes. Then it dies away, and that's the end. Well, PM doggone, Murphy exclaimed. I've heard about this place. Injuns used to call it the Talking Mountain. Heard the Navajos speak of it afore I ever came over here. Stones come up on that water too, and water fills this whole room, just boiling and roaring, but that ain't all. Look up there. He stepped back and pointed, and moving away from the rim, they looked up. High above them, in the vaulted top of the cave, were several ragged holes. Back in the trees, too. A man could walk right into them if he wasn't careful, and he'd go right on through into that, or else break a leg and lie on the rim until the water came. Ugly looking, Rip said. Let's get out of here. They turned and started out, and then from behind them came a dull mounting rumble. Run. Bert's face was suddenly panic-stricken. Here it comes. He lunged forward, and stumbling fell full length on the steep trail. Campbell stooped and grabbed the man, but he was a big man and powerful, and unless Bat Murphy had not grabbed the other arm, he never would have gotten him up the steep hole in time. They scrambled out into the sunlight, their faces pale, and below and behind them they heard the pound and rumble of boulders and the roar of water tumbling in the vast and empty cavern. "That," Murphy said dryly, "is a good place to keep out of." When they returned to the camp, Bert started for his horse. "I'll saddle up," he said, "and help you hombres. I've been loafing long enough. You stay here." Rip turned around and grinned at him. "You keep an eye on the springs, as I've a hunch we'll have more visitors. This is a two-man job. Tomorrow, if we need help, you can go and we'll leave Bat behind, or I'll stay." Murphy had little to say on the ride into the lava beds, but Campbell was just as pleased, for his thoughts were busy with Bridget and the situation in the valley and at Siloam. He made up his mind he would take a chance and slip into town. Then he could talk to Stoddard or Calloway, and would be able to find out just what was taking place. He had no idea what had happened, beyond the few words he could catch from the conversation of the posse searching for him, but Stoddard would know all that had happened. On second thought, it would be wiser to see only Stoddard, for the chances were that Calloway would be watched. Already, the connection with him would be formed in Stan Levy's mind. The work in the lava beds was hot and tiring. The wild cattle fought like devils, and branding them was a slow task and a hazardous one for the two men. Yet by nightfall, they had branded enough of them to warrant their work. They camped that night in the canyon, and the following morning started the cattle out through the deep crevasse toward open range. Once they had them started toward Thousand Springs, they returned to the mesa where Royley was waiting for them. "Took a ride in last night," he volunteered. "Been going stale laying around. I talked to Calloway a little, but they are watching him." "What's happened?" Campbell's irritation at Bert's gamble was lost in his eagerness for news. "Well, Levy seems to be having everything his own way. He made Earl Clive sheriff, and says it's going to be necessary to be strict until they rid themselves of the lawless elements, which probably means us. I talked to Stoddard, and he sure wants to see you. Bridget Vandy ain't been seen in town since the fight, and Ray only once, and then he came and hightailed it out of there. Levy, he sent for outside law." "He did what?" "Sent for some outside law. He says he aims to have this Reynolds and Pogue feud cleared up, and he wants you caught. Says you're a rustler, and may have had more than a little hand in the killing at the stock pens. He wants the blame fixed, he says. Also, the stories around," Bert cleared his throat and avoided Campbell's eyes, "that there will be a wedding out at the W pretty soon." Ross stared at the fire. So that was it. Now he would marry Bridget Vandy, and the VV would be his in name as well as in appearances, for once they were married, he would know how to handle Ray. If Campbell was to do anything, it must be done soon. It must be done now. Howsoever, there seems to be some talk around. Cy Barlow ain't happy with the new setup. Kirby Davis is foreman at the VV, and Clive is sheriff. Ray Streeter is foreman on the RR, and they say Barlow fair raised mischief over that, but Levy told him he would be taken care of. "I reckon that's what he's scared of," Murphy said dryly. "I know what I'd do if Stan Levy said I was to be taken care of. I'd either get me a shot at Stan or a fast horse out of the country. Well, Barlow ain't leaving. Not willing, anyway. I reckon Stan is anxious to have everything looking shipshape for the law when it comes up. They'll be glad to get shut of the trouble anyway, and if things look pretty, they'll leave them as they be." Rip pondered the news. Certainly, Levy's position was good. He was a smooth-talking man with a good outward appearance, and if everything looked settled and calm, the outsiders would go away. The valley would be safely in Levy's hands, and Rip Campbell would be declared an outlaw and hunted by the forces of the law wherever he happened to appear. It was apparently time to come off the mesa and enter the game once more. Chapter 13. Suddenly, he knew just exactly what he was going to do. "Something else," Bert added. "There's a lot of talk around about those steers of yours. Seems to be a lot of difference of view as to where they come from. No other brands on 'em, but full-grown steers. There's a rumor around that you've had a herd in the hills for some time." "Royally," Rip said thoughtfully. "There's been some talk about another man on the VV spread. And when I was out there, I saw a small cabin off across the wash." "You know anything about that?" "No, I don't know anything at all. There's something mighty peculiar about that cabin, and none of us ever went near it but Stan or Kirby Davis." Murphy leaned back against a tree and built a smoke. "Davis, he acted mighty skittish around that cabin, his own self." When morning came again to the Ruby Hills, Rip Campbell mounted the Appaloosa and started by a winding route toward Siloam. He had no intention of getting there before dark, unless it could be managed without being seen. After Siloam, he planned to go to the W and bring Bridget away. While he was about it, he would investigate that mysterious cabin and learn once and for all if it had anything to do with Bridget and her attitude toward Levy. The trail he was using was the same used on the previous trips. A trail that lay along a concealed route through the timber, mountain, and chaparral. It was the trail of which he had learned from the same source as provided the story of the cattle, the lava beds, and the mesa. This might well be the last time he would travel it, for he needed no additional warning to let him know that every man's hand would be against him in Siloam. His own position in the valley was a good one, but must be backed by gunpowder, and he could not match Levy as to numbers. However, Levy himself was bringing the law in, and the law outweighed the brute force of any outlaw or the tricks of any criminal working beyond it. Quick on the draw IRCLING around Siloam, he cut down through the chaparral to a position on the point of the ragged hills that overlooked the VV. Then, glass in hand, he took a comfortable position where he could watch all movement on the ranch and began a systematic survey of the entire area below. The isolated cabin he located without trouble. He studied it for a long time, watching for any evidence of life, but found none. The cabin looked bare and lonely, and no smoke came from its small chimney, nor did anyone approach it. Obviously, the cabin held something or someone of great importance to Levy, or it would not be kept so secret. After a careful survey of the ranch buildings, he decided the door of the cabin was not actually in view of the ranch house, for that view was cut off by the stable and several large stacks of hay for feeding saddle stock through the winter months. Kirby Davis was loitering around the ranch yard, and he was wearing 2 guns, but no one else was in view. Once as dusk drew nearer, he saw Ray Vandy come to the door of the house and stare off toward town, but he turned then without coming outside and walked back. But in that moment when he had stood in the door, Davis had walked hastily forward and stood facing him for all the world like a prison guard. The evening faded and the stars came out. From away on the desert a soft wind picked up and began to blow gently. Back over the mountains lay a dark curtain of cloud, black and somber. As he glanced that way, Campbell saw its bulging billows darting with sudden lightning, and once, like the whimper of far-off trumpets, he heard the distant sound of thunder. He waited there, his ears attuned to every sound, his eyes roving over the ranch and all its approaches. In what he saw and heard now, his life might depend, for in a matter of minutes he was going down there. Yet aside from the restless roving of Kirby Davis, there was no evidence of life about the ranch until a light came on. And when that light brightened the windows, Rip got to his feet, brushed the sand from his clothes and stretched. Then, leading his horse, he came off the hill, concealed from the ranch by the point of the ridge on which he had waited. He took a winding route up a sandy wash toward the ranch, stopping from time to time to listen once more, then moving on. In the shadows back of the stable, he let the horse stand, reins trailing, with a light touch on the shoulder and a whisper of warning. Nothing now but Campbell's own shrill whistle would move him from the spot. Loosening his guns in their holsters, Rip Campbell took a deep breath and turned his eyes on the lonely cabin. Then he went down into the gully and started for the cabin door. Stank and alone on the knoll it stood, a gloomy little building that seemed somehow ominous and strange. Nearby, he crouched in the darkness listening for any sound of movement that might warn him of a possible occupant. Wind whispered around the eaves, and from the ranch house itself there came a rattle of dishes, the sound made plain by that cool night air. Here at the cabin, all was silence. The only window was covered with a fragment of sacking, so after a long minute he moved to the door. His heart pounded against his ribs, and his mouth felt dry. He paused, flattened against the building, and listened once more. Only the wind made a sound to be heard, a soft soughing that seemed to whisper of the impending rain. The clouds towered in the sky now, higher and closer, and the rumble of thunder was close, like a lonely lion, growling in his chest as he paced his cage. Carefully, his hand went to the knob. In the darkness the metal seemed strangely chill. His right hand moved back to his gun butt, and then, ever so carefully, he turned the knob. It was locked. Gently, he released the knob. The pause irritated him. He had built himself to a crisis that was frustration in this most obvious of ways, and the piling up of suspense made him reckless. A glance toward the ranch assured him he was unobserved, and probably could not be seen against the blackness along the cabin wall. This was a puzzle he must solve, and now was the time. There might never be another. Behind this locked door might lie the answer to the mystery, and he moved forward suddenly and placed his shoulder against the flimsy panel. Light streamed from the bunkhouse windows too. From the ranch there came only the continuing rattle of dishes, and once a loud splash as someone threw water out onto the ground. Taking the knob in his hand, he turned it, and then putting his shoulder to the door and digging his feet into the earth, he began to push. The construction was flimsy enough. Evidently, whatever was kept here was guarded enough by Davis or his partner. Campbell relaxed, took a deep breath, and then putting his shoulder to the door again, he shoved hard. Something cracked sharply, and he drew back, hand on his gun, waiting and listening. From within there came no sound. From the ranch, all was normal. He put his shoulder again to the door and heaved, but this time the damage had been done, and the door came open so suddenly that he sprawled on hands and knees inside. Cat-like, he wheeled, back to the door and gun in hand. His eyes wide for the darkness, he stared about. The light wind caught the sacking with a ghostly hand and stirred it faintly. Lightning flashed, and the room lay bare before him for an instant. A wooden chair on its side, a worn table with an empty basin, a cot covered with odorous blankets, and against the wall several stacks of boxes. Puzzled, Campbell crossed to them. They were not heavy. He hesitated to risk the screech of a drawn nail, but by that time he was almost beyond caring. With his fingers, he got a grip on one of the boards that made up the box and pulled hard. It held, and then as he strained, it came loose. If it made any sound, it was lost in the convenient rumble of thunder. Inside the box there was more sacking, and when that was parted, several round cans, slightly larger and not unlike a snuff can. Lifting one to his nostrils, he sniffed curiously, and from the box came a strange, pungent, half-forgotten odor. "So that's it," he said. Then he scowled into the darkness. It did not clarify the position of Bridget, nor her brother. And yet, his heart seemed to go empty within him. Maybe it did. Pocketing several of the boxes, he replaced the boards as well as he could, and turned the box so as to conceal the more obvious damage. Then he slipped outside, and pulled the door to behind him. Confused by the unexpected turn of events, he returned to his horse, whispered reassuringly, and then went around the stable toward the house. Nearby was a window, and he moved up under the trees and looked through into what was the dining room of the ranch house. 3 people sat at the table. Ray and Bridget Vandy, and at the head of the table Stan Levy. The window was slightly open, and he could hear their voices. Levy was speaking. "Yes, I think that's the only solution, my dear." His tone was suave, cruel, but decisive. "We shall be married in this house on Monday. You understand? You can't get away with this." Ray burst out angrily, but the undercurrent of hopelessness in his voice was plain. "It's a devil of a thing. Bridget hates you. What sort of a mind can you have?" "Bridget will change," Levy smiled across the table at her. "I promise you both, she will change. Also, it will be convenient for her to be my wife. She cannot testify against me, and I scarcely believe that with her as my wife you'll care to bring any charges, Ray. Also, I'll have control of this ranch, and as the others are in my hands, the situation is excellent. I've a good notion too." Ray's voice trailed off into sullenness. "Have you?" Levy glanced up, his eyes ugly. Listen, Vandy. Don't give me any trouble. You're in this deeper than I am. You've got murder against you, as well as smuggling. If I'm ever exposed, you know that you and Bridget will both go down with me. What will your precious father think then, with his fine family pride and his bad heart? Shut up. Ray cried angrily. He leapt to his feet. If it weren't for Dad, I'd kill you with my bare hands. Really, Ray, Bridget said quietly, perhaps we should talk this over. I'm not so sure that prison for both of us wouldn't be preferable to being married to Stan. Levy's face went white and dangerous. You're flattering, he said dryly, striving to retain his composure. What, I might ask, would have happened to Ray if I hadn't gotten him away from that mess and brought him here? The killing of Clyde Anders was not any ordinary killing. Anders? Rip Campbell's brows drew together, and he strained his ears to hear more. Yes, I think I should have earned your gratitude, Levy continued. Instead, I find you falling for that drifting cowhand. Bridget Vandy's eyes lifted from her plate. Stan, she said coolly, you could never understand through that vast ego of yours that Rip Campbell is several times the man you could ever have been, even if you hadn't become a thief and a blackmailer of women. Campbell's heart leapt and his lips tightened. In that instant, he would cheerfully have gone through the window, glass and all, and cheerfully given his life if it would have helped. Yet even in his elation at her praise of him, he could not but admire the coolness and composure. Her manner was quiet, poised. He stared into the window, his heart pounding. Then she lifted her eyes and looked straight into his. For an instant that seemed an eternity, their eyes held. In hers he saw hope leap into being, then saw her eyes suddenly masked, and she turned her head, passing something to her brother with an idle comment that ignored Levy completely. Well, she said after a minute, her voice sounding just a tone louder, everything is all right for the time. At least I have until Monday. He drew back. That message was for him, and between now and Monday was a lifetime, 3 whole days. 3 days in which many things might be done, in which she might be taken from here, in which he might even kill Stan Levy. For he knew now that was what he would do if the worst came to the worst. He had never yet actually hunted a man down for the purpose of killing him, but he knew that was just what he would do if there was no other way out. Tiptoeing to the corner of the house, Rip started for the stable and his horse, and then as he stepped past the last tree, a huge cottonwood, a man stepped out. Say, you got a match? It was Kirby Davis. Recognition came to them at the same instant, and the man let out a startled yelp and grabbed for his gun. There was no time to grapple with the man, no chance for a quick, soundless battle. Too much space intervened, so there was only one's chance. Even as Davis's hand grasped his gun, Campbell plucked out his own gun and fired. Flame stabbed from the muzzle, and then a second stab of fire. Davis took a hesitant step forward, his gun half out. Then the gun belched flame, shooting a hole through the bottom of the holster, and Davis toppled forward on his face. Behind Davis, the bunkhouse door burst open, and there was a shout from ranch house itself. As quickly, Rip ducked around the stable and hit the saddle running. The Palouse knew an emergency when he felt one, and he lit out, running like a scared rabbit. A gun barked, then another, but nothing in that part of the country could catch the Palouse when he started going places in a hurry, and that was just what he was doing. On the outskirts of Saloon, with the pounding hoofs of the pursuit far behind, Campbell leapt the horse over a gully and took to the desert, weaving a pattern of tangled tracks into a trail where cattle had been driven, then cutting back into the scattered back alleys of Saloon, leaving town a few minutes later, crossing a shale slide, and swinging around a butte to hit his old trail for Thousand Springs Mesa. Rio, you saved my neck tonight, and we took a scalp. I'd as soon never take another, but if we have to, let 'em all be hombres like Davis. Yet what was all this about a murder charge against Ray Vandy? And what was their connection with the smuggling and the cans of opium he had found in the cabin? He had known the smell the instant he lifted the can to his nostrils, for it is a smell one does not soon forget. He remembered it from a visit, a few years before, to some of the dives along the Barbary coast. And now he must think. Somehow, someway, he must free Bridget from this entanglement, and as a last resort, he would do it, if he must, by facing Stan Levy with a gun. Chapter 14. Rip's course was clear. Whatever other plans he might have had must be shelved, and the whole situation brought into the open by Monday. Studying the situation carefully, he could see little hope, unless the sheriff and the investigating officers from the outside arrived on Monday. Then, if he could present his case, but Levy would take every measure to avoid that, and his only chance would be to get into town before time. On Sunday night, in absolute blackness, the three rode down the back trail toward Siloam. Outside of town, they slackened pace. Rip turned in his saddle, as Bert and Murphy came up beside him. He gestured toward the town. "It looks quiet enough. You two leave your horses at May's. Put them in the stable, and I'll leave mine there too. Then you two either hide out in the stable, or get down to the hotel and see Calloway. I'm going direct to Stoddard, and he'll see Allen for me. If the worst comes to the worst, and there is no other way, I'm going gunning for Stan. I'd rather die myself than see that girl forced to marry him, or to see him win after all this murder and deceit. However, I may give myself up when the sheriff gets here." Murphy nodded thoughtfully. "Who are these hombres Levy's bringing in, Rip? Are they really the law?" "Yeah, you see, he calls Clive the sheriff. Actually, he's only a town marshal. The county seat is over 100 miles away by trail, and there's no deputy up here. Stan Levy is shrewd. He knows that sooner or later some word of this scrap will get out. Somebody on a stage or somewhere will talk. The chances are they already have. Well, so he sends to the governor for an investigating officer, wanting the whole thing cleared up. That puts him on the map as a responsible citizen. He'll do the talking, and the men he selects will back him up, and the whole situation will be smoothed over. The chances are one of his men will be made a deputy sheriff. Then the investigation officers will go back to the capital, and Levy's in a nice spot. If any trouble comes up, they will always remember him, apparently rich, a stable citizen, a man who called on the law. They wouldn't believe a thing against him. His skirts will be clear, and we three will be outlawed. Somehow we've got to block that and expose the true state of affairs." "What is this joker you said you had?" Murphy asked. "Wait. That will do for the showdown. Nobody knows about that but myself and Stoddard. We'll have this whole show well sewed up." He was the first to move forward, walking the Palouse through the encircling trees to May Ashton's cabin on the edge of Siloam. There was no one in sight, but a light glowed in the cabin. He moved up and led his horse into the stable and left it there. Then he slipped along the wall of the house until he could glance into a window. The waitress was inside and alone. She opened the door at his tap, and he slipped inside. "You," she gasped. "We were wondering how to get word to you. Stan Levy is marrying Bridget tomorrow." "I know. What about the officers from the capital?" "They'll be in tomorrow too. In the morning. The sheriff is coming up from the county seat, and some attorney from the capital named Ward Clymer. 2 state rangers are coming with them. I've heard it all discussed in the restaurant. They will have a hearing." "Where?" "In the lobby of the hotel. It's the only place large enough, aside from the bit and bridle. I heard Doyle talking with Cy Barlow about it. Incidentally," she added quickly, "there's a warrant out for your arrest. Earl Clive has it. They want you for killing Kirby Davis." "Was that you?" "Aha, but it was a fair shake. In fact, he went for his gun first. I had no choice but to shoot." "Well, the order is out to shoot on sight, and they have reward posters ready to go out tomorrow morning. They will be all over town for the officers to see when they come in. You're wanted for murder, dead or alive, and they are offering $1,000. Ross smiled wryly. "That will make it worse. $1,000 is money enough to start the blood hunters out. Now listen, I'm going to Stoddard, and I'm going now. Murphy and Bert will be in soon, and they'll hide either here or close to here. They will be standing by in case of emergency. I'll try to communicate with you in case of really serious trouble, and then you can get word to them. If the worst comes to the worst, I'll give myself up to the state officials and make them hold a preliminary hearing right here. I can talk them into that, I think. Then we can get facts in front of them. Rip, don't plan on anybody citing you, May said quickly. Clive has been around town with Hanson, and they have frightened everybody. You can't depend on a soul. I don't even know whether I'd have nerve enough to back you up, but I'm afraid Alan will. He's that kind. The street was dark when Rip Campbell stepped out of May's cabin. He did not try to keep out of sight, realizing that such an attempt, if seen, would be even more suspicious. He walked rapidly down the street, staying in the deep shadows but walking briskly along. Old Man Stoddard was the man he must see. He must get to him at once, and he would know what to do. Also, it would be a place to hide. Glancing across the street, he saw a half-dozen horses standing at the hitch rail in front of the bit and bridle. There was light flooding from the windows, and the sound of loud laughter from within. A man opened the door and stumbled drunkenly into the street, and for a moment Rip hesitated, feeling uneasy. The street was altogether too quiet, there was too little movement. He turned at right angles and went between a couple of buildings, starting for the back door of Stoddard's place. Once he thought he glimpsed a movement in the shadows and hesitated, but after watching and seeing nothing more, he went on up to the back door and tapped gently. The door opened, and he stepped in. Stoddard glanced at him, and alarm sprang into his eyes. "Sit down," he said. "Sit down. You've sure been stirring up a pile of trouble, Campbell." He poured a cup of coffee and placed it on the table. "Drink that," he said quietly. "It will do you good." Stoddard stared at him as he lifted the cup. "Big trouble's going to break loose, Stoddard," Campbell said. "I hope I can handle it." His ears caught a subtle whisper of movement outside, and his eyes lifted, and then his face went to a dead, sickly white. Old Man Stoddard had a shotgun, and its twin barrels were pointed right at his stomach. "Sit tight, son," he said sternly. "A move, and I'll cut you in two." He lifted his voice. "All right out there. Come on in. I've got him." The door burst open, and Earl Clive sprang into the room, and with him was Doyle Tolliver and Alan Calloway. Clive's eyes gleamed and his pistol lifted. "Well, Mr. Rip Campbell, who's top dog now?" "Hold it." Stoddard's shotgun made a sharp movement. "You take her easy, Earl Clive. This man's my prisoner. I'm claiming the reward right now. Moreover, I'm holding him alive for Levy." "You will not," Clive snarled. "I'll kill the dirty dog." "Not unless you want a blast from this shotgun," Stoddard snapped. The old outlaw's blue eyes sparked. "Nobody's beating me out of my money. Calloway here, he has a finger in it, maybe because he tipped me off, but you take him away from me over my dead body." Baffled, Clive stared from one to the other. "He's right, Earl," Calloway agreed. "He got him first." Rip Campbell stood flat-footed, staring from Calloway to Stoddard. "Sold out," he sneered. "I might have suspected it." Calloway flushed, but Stoddard shrugged. $1,000 is a lot of money, boy. I've seen men killed for a sight less." "Let's take him off to jail then," Clive said. "This ain't no place for him." "He stays right here," Stoddard said harshly. "He's my prisoner until Levy gets him, and then Levy can do what he's a mite to. Nobody's beating me out of that money. Stay here and help guard if you want, but don't you forget for 1 minute that he's my prisoner. This shotgun won't forget it." Calloway slipped around behind Campbell and lifted his guns. Reluctantly, Campbell backed into a corner and was tied to a chair. Shocked by the sudden betrayal, he could only stare from Alan to Stoddard, appalled by the sudden turn of fortune. From the high, if desperate hopes of the day, he was suddenly smashed back into hopelessness, a prisoner, betrayed by the man he had most confidence in. How could they have known he was in town? There was only one way. May must have betrayed him. She and Alan must have planned together, and when he left her house, she must have gotten word to him at once. Clive dropped into a chair and pulled one of his guns over into his lap. "I'd like to blast his heart out," he said sullenly. "What you fretting so about, Stoddard? You get the money, dead or alive." "Sure," Stoddard said. "And if you kill him, you'll lay claim to it. I wouldn't trust you across the street where that much money was concerned. Nor any of you." He chuckled, his eyes sneering at Campbell. "Anyway, Levy's top dog around here from now on, and he's the boy I do business with. I'm too old to be shoved out in the cold at my time of life. I ain't figuring on it. I'll work with Stan, and he'll work with me." "I never heard of you being so thick with him." Clive's irritation was obvious. Stoddard chuckled. "Who got him into this country, do you suppose? I've known him for years. Who told him this place was right for a smart man? I did. That's who. Campbell here, he figured on the same thing. He figured on talking over when Reynolds and Pogue were out of it, but he was leaving too much to chance. Stan doesn't leave anything to chance." Bitterly, Rip Campbell stared at the floor. This time, he was finished. If Murphy and Bert had gone to Mays, they would have been sold out too. He listened, straining his ears for shots, hoping at least one of them would manage to fight it out and go down with a gun in his hand. The situation was all Levy's now. The man was a front rider, and these others were with him. He stared at Calloway, and the young man's eyes wavered and looked away. How could he have guessed that such a man would sell him out? And Stoddard? Of course, the old man was an admitted outlaw, or had been. Still, he had felt very close to the old man and liked him very much. There was no chance for Bridget now, unless... His eyes narrowed with thought. What would they do with him? Would they get word to Stan that he was a prisoner, then smuggle him out of town to be killed? Or would they bring him out in the open with evidence arrayed against him, or kill him trying to escape? If only there would be some break, some chance to talk to Ward Clymer or the sheriff. Of course, held as a prisoner with reward posters out and stories Stan and his men would tell, he would have himself in a bad position even before they talked to him, for they would be prejudiced against him and everything he might say. And what evidence had he? Stan Levy would have plenty, and as May had told him, no one in town would testify for him against Stan. They were frightened, or they were getting on the bandwagon. He was through. Unless there was a vague hope that Murphy and Bert had not come in. If they could somehow free him. Knowing the manner of men they were, he knew they would not hesitate to make the attempt. Chapter 15. In the back room of the store, the night slid slowly by and crawled into the gray of day, slowly, reluctantly. The rising sun found the sky overcast, and no opening in the clouds through which it could shine down on the clustered false-fronted frame buildings and adobes of Siloam. A lone Mexican, a burro piled twice its own height with sticks, wandered sleepily down the town's dusty street. Pat walked out of the bit and bridle, and stared at the sky, then turned and walked back within. A pump rattled somewhere, then began a rhythmical speaking. Half asleep in his bonds, Rip Campbell heard the water gushing into the pail in spouts of sound. He stirred restlessly, and his chair creaked. He opened his eyes to see 4 pairs of eyes leveled at him. Earl Clive Doyle, Alan Calloway, and Stoddard all sat ready and watchful. His lids fluttered and closed. Behind them his mind began to plan, to contrive. No man is so desperate as a prisoner. No man so ready to plan, to try to think his way out. If only his hands were free. In a few minutes, an hour at most, the stage would rattle down the street and halt in front of the Cattleman's Rest, and the passengers would go into the cafe to eat. Later they might go upstairs to sleep. During that interval, he would know his fate. He touched a tongue to dry lips. "Al," Stoddard said suddenly, "you take this here shotgun. I'll throw together a few ham and eggs. I'm hungry as a hibernating bear in the springtime." Tolliver, who had left earlier, returned now and stuck his head in the door. "Stage a-coming," he said. "And Cy Barlow just blew in." "That VV bunch in yet?" Clive asked without turning his head. "When Dolph Turner gets in, you tell him about this. He'll see that Levy knows first of all." Stoddard was working around the room, and soon it was filled with the pleasant breakfast smell of frying ham and eggs and the smell of coffee. Despite his worry, Campbell realized he had been hungry, and for the first time recalled he had eaten nothing the night before. Earl Clive got up. He was a stocky, swarthy man with a square jaw and a stubble of beard. His hair was unkempt, and when he crossed the room to splash water on his face and hands, Rip noted the worn guns had notches carved in them, 3 on one gun, 5 on the other. 8 men. "The only thing I'm sorry for," Clive said, as he dried his hands, his eyes on Campbell, "is that I didn't get the chance to shoot it out with you in the street." His black eyes were sneering and cold. "I'd like to put you in the dust," he said. "I'd like to see you die." "Well," Campbell said dryly, "my hands are tied, so you're safe enough to try. You're a lot of yellow-backed double-crossers. You, Clive, are a cheap murderer. You blew town fast enough after killing Vin Carter, or you'd have had a chance to draw on me or run." Clive walked across the room and stopped, his feet apart in front of Campbell. Lifting his open palm, he slapped Rip 3 times across the mouth. Stoddard did not turn, and Calloway shuffled his feet on the floor. "Maybe Levy will give me the job," he said harshly. "I hope he does." The door opened suddenly, and 3 men stood there. Rip Campbell's head jerked up as he saw Levy. Stan Levy glanced from Clive to Stoddard, and then indicated the men with him. "Neal and Baker, of the Rangers. They want the prisoner." Clive stared, disappointment and resentment struggling for place in his yes. "Here he is. Stoddard's been holding him." Neal bent over Campbell and cut the ropes that tied his arms. "You come with us. We're having the hearing right now." Haney turned, and as he started toward the door, he saw Stoddard smiling. The old outlaw looked right into his eyes and winked deliberately. What did that mean? Scowling, Campbell walked across the street toward the hotel. Neal glanced at him a couple of times. "You know a man named Murphy?" "Pat Murphy?" Rip turned to Neal, astonished. "Why, sure. He works for me, and a mighty good man." "When Clymer asks you questions," Neal said, "give him the information you have straight, honest, and without prejudice." Puzzled by the suggestion, Rip Campbell walked into the room and was shown to a chair. A big man with a capable, shrewd-looking face glanced at him sharply, then went back to examining some documents on the table. Several other men trooped in, and then Bridget and Ray Vandy walked into the room. More and more astonished, Rip stared from one to the other, trying to see what must have happened. He had never believed that Levy would allow Clymer to confront the Vandys, nor himself, if it could be avoided. Yet here they all were, and it looked like a showdown. Alan Calloway was there, and May. The pretty waitress glanced at him, and he averted his eyes. Stoddard had come over, and Stan Levy was one of the last to come into the room. From the dark expression on Levy's face, he decided all could not be going well for the big man, and the thought cheered him. Anything that was bad news for Levy was sure to be good news for him. Gord Clymer sat back in his chair and looked over the room, his eyes noncommittal. "Now, friends," he said briskly, "this is an entirely informal hearing to try to clarify the events leading up to the battle between the Reynolds and Pogue factions and to ascertain the guilt, if any, of those who are here with us. Also," he glanced at Campbell, "I am informed that Rip Campbell, the cattleman, is held on a charge of murder for the slaying of one Kirby Davis, a cowhand from the VV. If such is the truth, and if the evidence warrants it, Rip Campbell will be taken south to the county seat for trial. In the meantime, let us examine the evidence. Mr. Levy, will you tell us the events that preceded the fight between Reynolds and Pogue?" Stan Levy got to his feet, very smooth, very polished. He glanced around, smiled a little, and began. "It seems that before I arrived in the Ruby Hills country, there had been considerable trouble over water and range rights, with sporadic fighting between the 2 big outfits. The YV, owned by the Vandys, was not involved in this feud, although there seemed to be some desire on the part of both outfits to possess the VV holdings and water. On the day the fight started, there was some minor altercation over branding, and it led to a shooting which quickly spread, until most of the hands on both sides were involved, with resulting deaths. What was your part in the fight?" Clymer asked shrewdly. "None at all, sir. I saw trouble coming, and withdrew my men and got out of the way myself. After it was over, we did what we could for the wounded. There are no witnesses present from the other outfits? Oh yes. Earl Clive, now the town marshal, survived the fight. Also Doyle, of the Box N, is here. Kirby Davis, of the VV, who was in the middle of things, was later murdered by the prisoner, Rip Campbell. Sir? Campbell asked suddenly. Clymer's eyes shifted to him, hesitated, and then asked, "Did you have a question?" "Yes, I'd like to ask Stan Levy where his range holdings were." "I don't see that the question has any bearing on the matter," Levy replied coolly. "It's a fair question," Clymer admitted. "It may have some later bearing on it. I understand you were running cattle. Where was your headquarters?" Levy hesitated. "On the VV," he said. "You see, I am soon to marry Miss Vandy." Clymer glanced curiously at Campbell. "Does that answer your question?" "Sure, it answers it for now. Only I want it plain to everybody that Stan Levy had no holdings on the range other than cattle and the use of the W headquarters." Levy stared at Campbell and shrugged in a bored manner. The attorney then asked Clive and Doyle a few questions about the killing, and through Stoddard, Pat, the bartender, and others brought out the facts of the long-standing feud between the Reynolds and Pogue outfits. Every story served to bolster Levy's position. Ray Vandy offered his evidence in short, clipped sentences, and then Bridget hers. As she started to return to her chair, Campbell spoke up. "Another question. Bridget, did anyone warn you away from the roundup telling you to leave at once, that there might be trouble?" She hesitated. "Why, yes. Stan Levy did. I could see some of the men were spoiling for a fight," Stan said quietly. It seemed a bad place for a woman, due to the impending trouble and the profanity attending the work of the men. "May I ask a few questions?" Rip asked. "Mr. Clymer," Levy interrupted, "this man Campbell is a troublemaker. His questions can do no good, except to try to incriminate others and to put himself in a better light. The man is a murderer." Clymer shrugged. "We're here to ascertain the facts. However, the prisoner should be examined in connection with the killing of Kirby Davis." "What have you to say to that, Campbell?" "That it is impossible to divide the killing of Davis from the other sides of the case. Nor is it going to be of any use to talk of it until the events leading up to that point are made plain." "Well, that's reasonable enough," Clymer said. "Go ahead." Levy's lips tightened and his nostrils flared. Doyle had walked into the back of the room with Cy Barlow, and they stood there surveying the crowd. With them was the silent man who had been Davis's partner. "I want to ask Levy how many hands he had when he came into this country," Rip said evenly. Stan was puzzled and wary. "Why not many? What difference does it make?" "How many? You used the W spread. How many hands did you have?" "Why, one was actually that came with me." The question puzzled Levy and disturbed him. He couldn't see where it pointed. "The one man was that short, dark man at the back of the room, wasn't it? The man called Turner?" "That's right." Campbell turned suddenly in his chair and fired the question at Davis's partner. "Turner, what's a pigging string?" "What?" The man looked puzzled and frightened. The question startled him, and he was irritated at being suddenly noticed. "I asked what a pigging string was. I'd also like to know what a groan is." Turner turned his head from side to side, eager for a way out, but there was none. He wet his lips with his tongue and swallowed. "I don't know," he said. "These questions make no sense at all." Levy said irritably. "Let's get on with the murder hearing." "They make sense to me," Rip replied. Then turning to Clymer, he added, "You, sir, were raised on a cow ranch, so you know that a pigging string is a short piece of rope used to tie a critter when it's thrown. You also know that a grulla is a mouse color, a sort of gray, and usually applied to horses. The point I'm getting at is that Levy came into this country with one man who wasn't a cowhand. Turner doesn't know the first thing about a ranch or about cattle." "What's that got to do with it?" Levy demanded. Clymer was looking at Rip Campbell thoughtfully. He began to smile as he anticipated the reply. Why just this, Levy? How many cattle did you bring into this country? Campbell demanded sharply. He leaned forward. And how many have you got now? Somebody out in the room grunted, and Stoddard was grinning from ear to ear. The question had caught Levy flat-footed. Clymer turned on him, his eyes bright with interest. A good question, Mr. Levy. On the way here, you told me you ran 1,000 head. Where did you get them? That's got nothing to do with it. Levy shouted angrily. For the first time he was out in the open, and Rip Campbell had led him there, led him by he knows into a trap. As Campbell knew, when pushed, Levy grew angry, and it was that he was playing for. Mr. Clymer, Rip interrupted, I think it has a lot to do with it. This man, claiming to be a representative rancher, admits coming into this country with one man who wasn't a cowhand, even if he may be fairly good with a gun. No two men like that are bringing 1,000 head of cattle into this country and branding them. But I'll show you that Levy does have 1,000 head, or near to it, and every one with a worked-over brand. That's a lie, Levy shouted, leaping to his feet. Rip settled back in his chair, smiling. Now ask me about the killing of Kirby Davis, he said gently. Stan Levy sagged back in his chair, flushed and angry. He had let go of his temper. Despite his burning rage, he knew he was in an ugly position where Campbell, by his fool questions, had led him. The killing led away from the cattle, so he jumped at the chance. Before he could speak, Clymer asked Campbell. If he has the branded cattle now, who branded them? Kirby Davis, the man I killed on the VV, Doyle of the Box End, Tolliver, who hired on after Levy got here, and Earl Clive, among others. That's absurd, Levy said contemptuously. Bridget, name the men you heard talking at Thousand Springs. Rip asked quickly. The sudden question startled her, and before Levy could catch her eye she glanced up and replied, Why, Davis was there, and Doyle, Tolliver, and Cindy Barlow. What did they talk about? Levy was leaning forward in his chair, his eyes upon her. Bridget glanced at him, and her eyes wavered. Why, Her voice trailed off. Before you answer, Rip told her, let me tell you that you've been the victims, you and your brother, of the foulest trick ever played. Campbell turned to Clymer. Sir, Miss Vandy was concealed near the springs and overheard some of the plotting between the men mentioned. These were the same men who altered the brands for Levy. Through them, Levy engineered and planned the whole fight, forcing an issue between Reynolds and Pogue deliberately, and in the battle, killing the two men who opposed him in the Ruby Hills country. It will not be seen by Miss Vandy at the springs. Also, he added, Levy was blackmailing the Vandys, using their ranch as a storage depot and transfer point for his deals in the opium trade. Chapter 16. Knocked. Off balance by these public revelations, Stan Levy struggled to his feet, his face ashen. The carefully planned coup was tumbling about his ears, and he who had come into the valley as a leader in a dope ring and planned to become the legitimate owner of a great ranch, suddenly saw the whole thing reduced to chaos. Furthermore, Rip got to his feet, and the ringing sound of his voice reduced to silence the stir in the room. I think this is the proper time to make a few points clear. Opening his shirt, he drew a leather wallet from inside it, and from the wallet drew a handful of papers which he passed to Clymer. Will you tell Mr. Levy, he said, what you have there? Clymer glanced at them, then looked up in amazement. Why, these are deeds, he exclaimed, glancing from Campbell to Levy. These indicate that you are the owner of both Hitson Springs and the Bullhorn Ranch headquarters, including the water right. Also, here are papers that show Campbell has filed on the Thousand Springs area. What? Stan Levy's fingers gripped the arms of his chair, and his brow creased. Before his eyes came the whole plan he had made, all his planning, his actions, all were rendered perfectly futile. Who controlled the water in those three sources, controlled the Ruby Hills, and there was no way of circumventing it. From the beginning he had been beaten, and now he had been made ridiculous. I told you, Campbell said quietly, looking at Levy, that you had overlooked the obvious. Somehow a crook always does. Now, sir, Rip said to Clymer, With the cattle brands I can show you, the evidence we can produce, I'd say that you have a strong case for robbery and murder against Stan Levy." There was a slight stir in the back of the room, and Campbell's eyes shifted. Earl Clive was slipping from the room to the street. As the accusation rang in the silent room, Stan Levy held himself taut. The crashing of his plans meant less to him now than the fact that he had been shown up for a fool by the cowhand he despised and hated. Suddenly, the rage that was building within him burst into a fury that was almost madness. His face went white, his eyes glassy and staring, and letting out a choking cry, he sprang for Campbell. Warned by Bridget's scream, Rip jerked his eyes back from the vanishing Clive and lunged from his chair, swinging 2 brain-jarring blows to the head. They rocked Levy, but nothing could stop his insane rush, and Campbell gave ground before the onslaught. Levy swung wildly with both hands, beside himself with hate and fury. But Rip lunged at him, burying a right in the bigger man's stomach, then hooking a powerful jarring left to the chin. Levy staggered, and Rip, eager for battle, bowled into him, bringing his head down on Levy's shoulder and smashing away with both hands in a wicked body attack. He threw the punches with all the power built into his shoulders by years of bulldogging steers and hard-range work. He caught Levy with a wicked overhand right, and battered him back into the chairs. The crowd scattered. From somewhere outside, Rip heard the sharp rap of a shot, and then another. Then quiet. His right smashed Levy over a chair, and the big man came up with a lunge, grabbing for the chair itself. Rip rushed him, and Stan tried to straighten, but Campbell clubbed him with a fist on the kidney, and the big man went to his knees. Rip stepped back, panting. "Get up," Rip said. "Get up and take it." Levy lunged to his feet, and Rip smashed his lips with a sweeping left. He ripped a gash in Levy's cheek with a right. Stan tottered back, his eyes glazed. He straightened, then shook his head, some measure of cunning returning to him. Suddenly he turned and hurled himself through the glass of the window. Rip sprang to the window after him, and caught a fleeting glimpse of Earl Clive as a bullet whirred within a hair of his cheek and buried itself in the window frame. There was a clatter of horses' hoofs, then silence. Harney's hands fell helplessly. Stoddard moved up beside him, handing him his guns. "Sorry I couldn't get them to you sooner," he said. "You did plenty without them." He caught his arm. "You've loyal friends, Campbell." Bert and Murphy stopped the stage outside of town. Levy had ridden on ahead, and they took time to tell me a lot of things, and asked that I get you and the Vandys together with Levy, and withhold judgment until you had talked and I had listened. "As it happens," he added, "Neil and I had both been reared on ranches where Murphy worked. We knew him for a good man, and an honest one. From the first, we had doubts that all Levy had told us was the truth. Murphy also had a cowhide with him, and any Western man could see the brand had been altered from a VV to 3 diamonds. Rip shoved his guns into his holsters and pushed his way to Bridget, who was standing white and still near the door waiting for him. He said gently, "Bridget, we can talk about it some other time, but I think I can make a rough guess at most of it. Why don't you go in and get some coffee? I'll join you in a minute." Murphy and Bert were waiting outside, and they had the Palouse. "We can chase them, boss," Royley said, "but they've got quite a start." Later. "I heard some shooting." "What was it?" "That was Doyle," Murphy said grimly. "He made a rush for his horse and met Royley halfway. He made a grab for his gun, and I guess he wasn't as gun-slick as he figured. Tolliver. Roped and hogtied. He'll go south with the Rangers, and unless I miss my guess, he'll talk all the way. We've got Turner, too. Incidentally," Murphy added, "don't you jump to no conclusions about Calloway and Stoddard. I ain't had much time to talk to Stoddard, but we moved down to Mays, like you said, and all 3 of us seen you followed to Stoddard's by some of Levy's crowd. They had us way outnumbered, and Calloway came up and said if he butted in, he might keep you from getting killed." "That was my idea," Stoddard put in. "I thought I seen something in the shadows when I let you in, and then I heard a step outside, and I knew I either had to get you as my prisoner or we'd both be in a trap. Clive would kill you sure as shooting if he got a chance, but as my prisoner, I'd have the right to interfere." So, then Levy, Clive, and Barlow are the only ones who got away. Rose mused. Aha, Murphy agreed, and then running his fingers through his coarse red hair, he commented, That ain't good. I know that sort, and you can take my word for it, they'll be back. Yet as the days found their way down the year, and the summer faded toward autumn, there was no further sign of the 3 missing men. The mornings became chill, but the sun still lay bright and golden upon the long valley, and the view from the growing house upon the mesa top changed from green to green, and gold shot through with streaks of russet and deep red. The aspen leaves began to change, and sometimes in the early morning the countryside was white with the touch of frost. Rumors came occasionally to their ears. There had been a bank held up at Weaver, a stage had been looted and 2 men killed at Canyon Pass, and one of the 3 bandits had been recognized by a passenger as Earl Clive. Then the town marshal in Pie Town was shot down when he attempted to question a big handsome man with a beard. When Bridget rode the valley or over into the Ruby Hills, Rip Campbell was constantly at her side, and the Appaloosa and Flame became constant companions. Despite the fact that no reports came of any of the 3 men being seen nearby, Campbell was worried. Rip, Bridget said suddenly, you've promised to take me to the crater in the lava beds. Why not today? He hesitated, uneasily. That place has me buffaloed, he said after a while. I never go into it myself without wishing I was safely out. The way those big rocks hang over the trail scares a man. If they ever fell while we were in there, we'd never get out, never in this world. She smiled. At least we'd be together. He grinned and shoved his hat back with a quick, familiar gesture. His eyes twinkled. That sure would be something, but I'd not like to have you confined in that place all your life. You might get tired of me. This way you can see a few folks once in a while, and maybe I'll wear better. But you've been there so many times, Rip, and Royley tells me it's perfectly beautiful. I want to see the ice caves too. Below them, there was a faint rumbling and stirring within the mountain, and they exchanged a glance. I'm getting used to it now, he admitted, but when I first heard it, that rumbling gave me the chills. When we move into the house, we'll have those holes fenced off. They are really dangerous. I know. Ever since you took me down there and showed me that awful hole, I've been frightened of it. Suppose someone was trapped down there with a foot caught or something? It would be frightful. It would be the end. Rip replied grimly. When that geyser shoots up there, it brings rocks with it that weigh 50 or 60 pounds, and they rattle around in that cave like seeds in a gourd. You wouldn't have to have a foot caught either. All you would have to do would be to get far enough away from the mouth of that cave so you couldn't make it in a few steps. A man wouldn't have a chance. They were riding down the mesa through the slender aspens, their graceful white trunks like slender alabaster columns. The trail was carpeted with the scarlet and gold of autumn leaves. Somehow it all seems like some dreadful dream, she said suddenly. We'd been so happy, Ray and I. It was fun on the ranch, working with the men, building our own place, learning all the new things about the West. Ray loved handling the horses and working with cattle, and then when we were happiest, Stan Levy came out to the ranch. You can't imagine what a shock it was to us, for we thought all that had been left behind and forgotten. Our brother, the oldest one in the family, had gone down to Mexico and got mixed up with a girl down there and started using dope. He'd always been Father's favorite, and we all loved him, but Ralph was always weak and easily led. Levy got hold of him and used his name for a front to peddle dope in the States. Father has been ill for a long time with a heart condition that became steadily worse. He had just 2 great prides, 2 things to live for. One was his family reputation, and the other was his children. Principally that meant Ralph. We knew about it, but we kept it from Dad, and later when Ralph was killed down there, we managed to keep the whole truth of the story from him. We knew the shock and the disgrace would kill him, and if by some chance he lived, he would feel the shame and the disgrace so much that his last years would be nothing but sorrow. Stan told us that he needed our ranch. It was the proper working base for him, not too far from Mexico, yet in easy reach of a number of cities. He said he wanted to use the ranch for a headquarters for 2 months, and then he would leave. If we did not consent, he threatened to expose the whole disgraceful affair and see that my father heard it all. We were foolish, of course, but it is so hard to know what to do. And Levy didn't give us time. He just started moving in. The next thing we knew, he had his own men on the ranch, and we were almost helpless. Reynolds and Pogue were outlaws or as bad, and we could not turn to them. There was nobody until you came. Rip nodded grimly. Don't I know it? When I started digging into the background of this country, I found less good people here than anywhere I ever knew. And the best folks were all little people. It was after he had been here a few weeks, Bridget continued, that he decided to stay. He was shrewd enough to know he couldn't keep on like that forever, and here was a good chance to have power, wealth, and an honest income. He saw the fighting between the Boxen, and RR was his chance. The two rode on in silence, their horses' hoofs making little sound on the leaf-covered trail. Suddenly, before Rip realized how they were riding, they were at the entrance to the lava bed trail. Bridget laughed mischievously. All right now. As long as we're here, why don't we go in? We can be back before dark, you told me so yourself. He shrugged. All right, have it your way. Chapter 17. Very reluctantly, the Appaloosa turned into the trail between the great black rolls of lava. He led the way into the narrow trail. Once started, there was no turning back, for until a rider was well within the great cleft itself, there was insufficient room for any turning of the horses. When they reached the deepest part of the crevasse, where in some bygone age an earthquake or volcanic eruption had split the rim of the crater deep into the bedrock, Rip pointed out the great crags suspended over the trail. This place will be inaccessible someday, he told her. There will be an earthquake or some kind of a jar, and those rocks will fill the cleft so there will be no trail or place for one. From the look of them, a man might get them started with a bar or lever of some kind. I never ride in here without getting the creeps at the thought. They are just lying up there, and all they need is the slightest start and they would come roaring and tumbling down. Tilting her head back, Bridget could see what he meant, and for the first time she understood something of the fear that Rip had for this place. One enormous slab, that must have weighed hundreds of tons, seemed to be hanging, ready to slide at the slightest touch. It was an awesome feeling to be riding down here, with no sound but the click of their horses' hoofs, and to have those enormous rocks poised above them. Yet once within the crater itself, she forgot her momentary fears in excitement over the long level of green grass, the running water, and the towering cliffs of the crater that seemed to soar endlessly toward the vast blue vault of the sky. Great clouds piled up in an enormous mass in the east and north, seeming to add their great height to the height of the cliffs. It was warm and pleasant in the sunlight, and they rode along without talking, listening to the lazy sound of the running water, and watching the movements of the few remaining great red and brindle cattle who were becoming more tame due to the frequency of their visits. There must have been more than 600 down here, and probably would have been more, but there are a good many varmints around. I've seen cougars down here and heard them. Where are the ice caves? Bridget demanded. I want to see them. Roy Lee was telling me about the crystals. For 2 hours, they rambled over the great crater and in and out of the caves. They found several where cattle and horses had been drinking, and whatever cattle they found, they started back toward the trail. Then suddenly, as they were about to leave, Bridget caught Campbell's arm. Rip. There was sudden fear in her voice. Look. It was a boot track, small and quite deep. Her breath caught. It might be Roy Lee. Her voice was tight, her fear mounting. No, it wasn't Roy Lee. Mentally, he cursed himself for ever bringing her here. That foot is smaller than either Murphy or Bert, and a heavy man made it. Let's get out of here. When they were outside, he could see the pallor of her face in the last of the sunlight. He glanced at the sky, surprised at the sudden shadows, although it was drawing on toward evening. Great gray thunderheads loomed over the crater, piling up in great bulging ominous clouds. It was going to rain, and rain hard. Leading the way, he started for the horses, every sense alert and wary, yet he saw no one. His movements started the cattle drifting again, and as they reached the horses he told her, glancing at the sky, "You go ahead. I think I'll start the rest of the cattle out of here while I'm at it." "You can't do it alone," she protested. "I'll try. You head for home now. You'll get soaked." "Nonsense. I have my slicker," and her voice faded, and her eyes fastened on something beyond Rip's shoulder, widening with fear and horror. He knew instantly what it was she saw, and for a fleeting moment he considered making his draw as he turned, but realized the girl was directly in the line of fire. "And so, after so long a time, we meet again." The voice was that of Stan Levy. But there was a strange tone in it now, less of self-assurance and something that sounded weirdly like madness or something akin to it. Carefully, Rip Campbell turned and met the eyes that told him the worst. All the neatness and glamour of the man was gone. The white hat was soiled, his shirt was dirty, his face unshaven. His eyes were still the large, magnificent eyes, but now the light of insanity was in them. Campbell realized the line between sanity and something less had always been finely drawn in this man. Defeat and frustration had been all that was needed to break that shadow line. "Oh, this is great," Levy chortled. "Today we make a clean sweep. I get you, and later Bridget. And while I am doing that, Clive and Barlow will finish off Murphy and Bert. They are up on the mesa now, waiting for them." "On the mesa?" Campbell shrugged. "They'll never surprise the boys there. Whenever one of us has not been on the mesa all day, we are very careful. We've been watching for you, Levy." Stan smiled. "Oh, have you? But we found our own hiding place. We found a cave there, an ideal spot, and that's where they'll wait until they can catch Murphy and Bert without warning them." "A cave," Rip repeated. Horror welled up within him, and he felt the hackles rising along his neck and his scalp prickled at the thought. "A cave? You mean you've been in that cave on the mesa?" Levy smiled. "Only to look, enough to know that it was an ideal hiding place. At first I planned to stay too, but then when I saw you two leaving the mesa and heading for the lava beds, I decided this was a better chance. Besides," he glanced at Bridget, "I want her for a while alone. She needs to be taught a lesson." Rip Campbell stared at him. "Levy, you're mad. That cave where those men are hiding is a death trap. If they aren't within a few feet of the opening, they won't have a chance to get out of there alive. Did you see that black hole in the center? That's a geyser. Those men will be trapped and drowned." Levy's smile vanished. "That's a lie, of course. If it isn't, it won't matter. I was through with them anyway. And Murphy and Bert are small fry. It is you two that I wanted." Rip Campbell had shifted his position slightly now, and he was facing Levy. His heart was pounding, for he knew there was only one chance for them. He must draw, and he must take a chance on beating Levy to the shot. He would be hit, he was almost sure, but regardless of that, he must kill Stan Levy. Will Farthing had beaten men to the shot several times when actually covered with a gun. There were others who had done it, but he was no fool, and knew how tremendously the odds weighed against him. Thunder rumbled, and a few spatters of rain fell. "Better get your slicker, Bridget," he said calmly. "You'll get wet." His eyes were riveted upon Stan Levy, but what he waited for happened. As the girl started to move, Levy's eyes flickered for a fraction of an instant, and Rip Campbell went for his guns. Levy's gun flamed, but he swung his eyes back and shot too fast, for the bullet ripped by Campbell's head just as Rip flipped the hammer of his gun. Once. Twice. And then he walked in on the bigger man, his heart pounding, Levy's gun flaming in his face, intent only upon getting in as many shots as possible before he was killed. A bullet creased his arm and his hand dropped. Awkwardly, he fired with his left-hand gun, and knew the shot had missed, yet Stan Levy, his shirt dark with blood, was wilting before his eyes, his body fairly riddled with the bullets from Campbell's first accurate shots. Rip held his gun carefully, then fired again, and the shot ripped away the bridge of Stan's nose, smashing a blue hole in his head at the corner of his eye. Yet he wouldn't go down. The guns wavered in his hands, then as his knees slowly gave way, some reflex action brought the guns up. Both of them bellowed their defiance into the pouring rain, their flames stabbing, then winking out. As the echoes of the gunfire died, there was only the rain, pouring down into the crater like a great deluge. Bridget rushed to him. "Oh, Rip. You're hurt. Did he hit you?" He turned dazedly. He didn't feel hurt. "Get into that slicker," he yelled above the roar of the rain. "We've got to pull out of here. Think of those rocks in this rain, and the lightning. Let's go." Fighting his way into his slicker, he saw the girl mount, and then he crawled into the saddle. The cattle moved when he started his horse toward them. Suddenly, he made a resolution. He was taking them out, now. Surprisingly, the big steer who took the lead seemed to head into the cleft of his own choice, or possibly because it seemed to offer partial shelter from the sweep of the rain. Perhaps because he had seen so many of his fellows go that way in the weeks past. Waving the girl ahead of him, Rip followed on into the cleft, casting scared glances aloft at the rough rocks. "Get on," he yelled. "Get going." He glanced up again as they neared the narrowest part. Horror filled him, for the great hanging slab seemed to move. "Hurry," he yelled. "For heaven's sake, hurry." He grabbed a stone and hurled it at a loitering steer, and the animal sprang ahead. Bridget cast a frightened look upward, and her eyes widened with horror. Her face went stark white as though she had been struck. A thin trickle of stones fell, splashing into the cleft. A steer ahead stopped and bawled complainingly, and Rip grabbed a chunk of rock from the bank and hurled it, and the steer, hit hard, struggled madly to get ahead. Bridget moved suddenly, closing up the gap between her horse and the nearest cattle, harrying them onward with stones and shouts. Rip looked up again, and caught as in a trance he saw the great slab stir ponderously, almost majestically. Its table-like top inclined, and then slowly, but with gathering impetus, it began to slide. Shale and gravel rattled down the banks, and Rip touched spurs to his horse. The startled Palouse sprang ahead, forcing flame into the steers, who began to trot, and then as the two horses crowded up into the folds of lava, but out of the cleft in the crater wall, the air behind them was suddenly filled with a tremendous sound, a great reverberating roar that seemed to last forever. The rain forgotten, they sat, riveted in place, listening to the sound that was closing the crater forever, and leaving the body of Stan Levy as the only thing that would ever tell of human movement or habitation. Yet as they remembered what Stan Levy had said about Barlow and Earl Clive, they unconsciously moved faster, and once out of the lava beds they left the cattle to shift for themselves and turned toward the mesa trail. There was no let-up to the rain. It roared down in an unceasing flood. They bowed their heads and hunched their slickers around them. The red of Flame's coat turned black with wet. Under his slicker, Rip rode with one hand on his gun, hoping for no trouble, but searching every clump of brush, every tree. Roily Burt ran from the cabin and grabbed their horses when they swung down. "Hustle inside and get dry," he yelled. "We've been worried as all get out." When they got inside and had their slickers off, Murphy looked up, rolling a smoke. "Bert thought he saw Clive today. We were worried about you. You haven't seen them." Rip turned on him sharply. Bert came in, overhearing the question. "No, and I'm just as well satisfied. Say," he looked up at them, "that dang geyser sure gives off some funny noises. I was over close when it sounded off the last time this afternoon, and I'd have swore I heard a human voice, a screeching. That's one reason we have been worried about you two, although Bat did say you rode off the mesa." Bridget's face blanched, and she turned quickly toward an inner room. Roily stared after her. "Hey, what's the matter? Did I say something wrong?" "No, just forget about it. And don't mention that geyser again." Then he explained, telling all that had happened during the long, wet afternoon, the end of Stan Levy, and the closing of the great cleft. Bridget came out as they finished speaking. "Rip, those poor men. I hated them, but to think of anything human being caught in that awful place. Forget about it. They asked for it, and now it is all over. Look at that fire. It's our fire, in our own fireplace. Smell that coffee Murphy has on. And listen to the rain. That means the grass will be growing tall and green next year, honey, green on our hills and for our cattle." She put her hand on his shoulder, and they stood there together, watching the flames dance, listening to the fire chuckling over the secrets locked in the wood, and hearing the great drops hiss out their anguish as they drowned themselves in the flames. A stick fell, and the blaze crept along it, feeling hungrily for good places to burn. From the kitchen they heard the rattle of dishes and the smell of bacon frying, and Royley was pouring the coffee. The end. Do you like wild Western adventure? Can I send you a full-length novel free? Get your copy today. Rather, listen? I have over 30 wild Western audiobooks you can hear for free. Saddle up and click play today.